Okay, it was ready. Hey, Antonio. Anthony! Liar. Give people a bit of time in case anybody shows up. Maybe. Mm-hmm. Wallace and Gromit, The Curse of the Were Rabbit still holds up, by the way, like really well. Like it's a lot of like great jokes in there. It's kind of classic at this point. Probably going to be doing things a little differently this stream as far as responding to a video. Um, Mainly just it's probably just going to be audio only, but we will see what happens. Uh, test, test.
The prospect of a live-action dramatic television series.
Okay, I'm wondering if that picked up. That was just a test. Okay. Just in case. All right, one more time. All right, one more time. All right. One more time. Just a quick test. Testing. 3, 2, 1.
The prospect of a live-action dramatic television series.
Okay, all right. That seems like it picks up. There we go. In case I have to do audio only for this video that we're going to be responding to. Yeah. All right. Yeah. For anyone who is catching up on the playback and what have you, welcome to Sea Monster Live number 62. And we're going to be talking about Monarch again. Monarch Legacy of Monsters. Not season 2 because I haven't watched episode 1 of season 2 yet, but we're actually looking back at season 1. Isn't that gonna be exciting? I sure hope it is. But I guess like just to sort of fill the dead air, because so far I haven't really seen anybody come up yet. If you can hear me, say hello or knock. There's no one here. Not yet, at least. But so yeah, last night I did go see the new Scream movie, Scream 7. I am a bit of a Scream fan. The original is still obviously the best, but I've enjoyed pretty much the sequels up to the point. In one way or to varying degrees, I've enjoyed certainly some more than others. Scream 7 is kind of complicated. Like I enjoyed it. I had a fun time seeing, in the theater. Like I thought it was like a fun slasher flick, but as far as just being like a new addition to the Scream franchise, it really seemed a bit tacked on. Like it kind of, like the kills were great and Nate Campbell was great. So And there's definitely like a good amount of intrigue, that involve like sort of like deep fakes and AI and what have you, and how that's implemented into the mystery of who the Ghostface killer is this time around. But I will say there's definitely other elements in the film, like certain bits of character writing and what have you, that was a bit undercooked. Um, and and it all just sort of culminates to like the quite possibly the worst reveal of the ghost of who of a Ghostface killer like yet in the franchise. Like it's like at a point where you look at those characters and you're just like, I'm sorry, who are you again? Like who were you again? I'm perplexed. Like okay, so, yeah, that was that was a thing. But yeah, I mean, like the movie was fine, kind of. I wouldn't call it good though. It was just kind of it's just kind of there. Not like the worst thing in the world, really. I wouldn't even say it's even the weakest entry in the Scream franchise. I'd still say three is the weakest. Although I will say Scream three at least had elements that like it pretty much had a bit more ambition in terms of like the elements that it was trying to implement more than this film did. Um, Like there were more like Scream 3 had more intrigue. It had more. It was like had more compelling stuff going on than Scream 7 in terms of like what it was trying to say, what it was trying to do in terms of its meta commentary, what have you. Even if the meta commentary at several points, or the meta stuff, and jokes, like they get so like really just sort of do kind of tank that movie quite significantly. Scream 7 is like a close second as far as the weaker side of things still though. Um yeah, that's kind of what that is. But we're going to talk about Monarch Legacy of Monsters. Um yeah, because you don't know, Monarch Legacy Monsters was a show on Apple was meant to sort of explain some tidbits about Monarch's backstory while also giving us a new set of characters that go on a crazy adventure on to sort of uncover certain mysteries and what have you. And we get some Godzilla sprinkled here and there, very sparsely. Um, and it was bad. Season one, or at least season one, was pretty bad. Um, it's like for a show that just was like trying to sort of fill in gaps in continuity and try to bolster the continuity of the MonsterVerse, it did the exact opposite at several points. Like so, like honestly, like like it pretty much just character assassinates Godzilla in a retroactive sense. Not in terms of like what the Wingard movies do. In fact, if anything, I would argue that what Monarch season one did with Godzilla character wise is worse than what the Wingard movies have done because what Monarch does is like trying to gaslight people. It was like with the Golden Gate Bridge scene, it was like gaslighting people into believing that Godzilla was intentionally attacking the bridge in the sequence in 2014 when that was never the case. Um, like made him out to be more malicious than what 2014 really portrayed him as. Like that, and that's just kind of real, and it was all for the sake of just doing giving us the flashback of Kate Randa, who like the actress being good aside, like is just not that. It was just a pretty poorly done protagonist. Um, and it's not that like you can't have like a morally gray protagonist in a story, um, but or with complexity to them, but in drama that they have to go through. The problem is like the show just did not do anywhere near enough to really offset that by actually giving us a reason to want her to want her to sort of like come out of this situation um okay, looking, in the right side up, essentially. Lee Shaw is like pretty much the best character in the show, but even then he's sort of inconsistent. Like there's like it's like he sort of flips some of his motivations sort of flip on a dime, with each new episode. It's like he was kind of consistent for the first few episodes, but then at some point he does like a turn that was just like not really set up, and that turn never really is followed up on properly by the end. Um, there's like this whole thing going on about a cataclysmic event happening that the show sets up as being a big thing, but but we never really get a follow up on that at all. We don't really find out what it is per se. At least I don't remember anything being stated that that's the case. Um, maybe season two is gonna will address that. I don't know. I don't know if episode one of season two addresses that or not for anybody for people, And I'm just trying to hoping to hear this from people who have watched it. Um, if they did. Uh, Kentaro, it was like he's like done dirty in the show, quite a bit actually. Like he gets cucked by his own half sister, like stealing his ex girlfriend, Iris West from the DCEU. So that's got that. That's oh man. Episode 4 is just plot armor abound. Like these characters like are in a situation that they by all means should not be able to get out of whatsoever, especially Iris West, like like who's should be like frozen to death or even just lose a foot entirely by by the end of that episode or the next episode. Um Episode 5 does try to do some tidbits of world building that were kind of intriguing as far as I guess the exclusion zone, where like the parts of San Francisco that were ravaged by the Godzilla's battle with the Mutos. Um, there was some tidbits there that were neat. Um, but yeah, like every bits of like world building, the tidbits of world building that we get in the show in season one, they're like off that were pretty neat. They're offset by so many bits of like backstory that and events in the show that contradict not just what happened in 2014, but what King of the Monsters established. Because Godzilla like wakes up like at some point in episode 6 and is like out and about, like he's active, and there's no mention of it in King of the Monsters, even though because because King of the Monsters had it established that Godzilla had not been seen since 2014. And so, yeah, now that just begs the question, like, what's season two gonna do? Like, what's the deal with season two? Like, how, like, if Godzilla's active again, how is that going to show somehow gonna address the fact that Godzilla was active, publicly active, even potentially? So, I don't know. The like honestly, the whole stuff with the past, um, such as like the origins of Monarch is honestly probably what the show should have been in the first place, save for like some changes here and there, such as how the Castle Bravo stuff was portrayed, which just for the sake of it being consistent with 2014. Um, and yeah, and as far as Apex, um, maybe season two will somehow address how or why Apex were able to have like a base set up in Skull Island and then just have it to where like oh it doesn't matter at this point, like how they wrap that up in season two, to the point where it's not relevant. That kind of stuff wasn't relevant in GVK because let's be frank, GVK never mentioned it. I mean, the continuity is already kind of a mess in the MonsterVerse. Already, since the Wingard films. But yeah, this is just kind of needless to say, Monarch did not help. The thing is, like, people kind of like try. I even hear some people wanting to, so pretty much even say like, "Oh, Monarch is like the Andor of the MonsterVerse." It's like it could have been the Andor of the MonsterVerse. Not so much in terms of like it being exactly like a political thriller, political spy thriller like Andor was. No, not like that. But rather in terms of like a show set in a particular universe that bolsters the continuity in prior entries in previous films, especially for a franchise that desperately needed it. Andor did it successfully, not just as a prequel to Rogue One, but also a prequel to the OT. Like recontextualize everything, like having it to where like the work and the sweat and tears and sacrifice that was put into um the rebellion trying to take down the empire, and why as well as like bolstering why the empire was a regime that needed to be toppled, like the whole thing with the Gorman massacre in season 2 as an example, um is it's pretty like it does that really well with not it like it does, and it doesn't contradict anything from the OT or Rogue One. If anything, it actually enhances the experience of watching those. With that not with that not with the knowledge that when you watch Andor, you're just like, wow, that it just recontextualizes everything, and it also recontextualizes Andor as a character, like making him far more sympathetic and far more complex than what we got of him in Rogue One, which what we got in just Rogue One alone would was certainly sufficed, but giving him his own show really fleshed him out like significantly. Um, you don't get that with Monarch Legacy Monsters, unfortunately. I watched the first episode of Monarch Lom season 2. Okay, all right. Okay, we got one person here in chat who watched the new episode of Monarch Lom as of this stream. Um, I don't think anybody else is gonna come on. Probably not. Granted, I did this pretty early, but I mean, unfortunately, I kind of have like some obligations that I'll have to like cut off the stream at some point. So I do want to, I do kind of want to get into the topic at this point. Um, this is going to be responding to Upper the Depths' video on Monarch Legacy of Monsters. It's going to be audio only because I do want to try to, you know, yeah, I do want to try to make this a bit more streamlined, and plus, to avoid copyrightisms potentially, because there are parts of the video that do play bits of the Monarch Legacy of Monsters OST soundtrack. So I kind of want to avoid copyright BS. But yeah, we'll get this started then. This is not the first time I've done this, the all audio only response thing. So yeah, I guess we'll just sort of get right into it then. Alrighty. 3, 2, 1, go.
The prospect of a live-action dramatic television series set in the Godzilla universe is one that, conceptually, has immense potential. The franchise has pretty much always been relegated to tightly packed, high-intensity action adventures meant to be seen on the big screen. A TV series, in contrast, would slow things down, fill in the gaps, and allow us, the audience, to simmer in a world where giant monsters exist and could rise up at any moment, forever change the lives of those who live in it. So when an untitled MonsterVerse TV series was announced in January of 2022, my and many other G fans' ears immediately perked up. This Apple original series was meant to be set between Godzilla 2014 and King of the Monsters, and pull the veil back on the history of the Titan hunting organization Monarch. Naturally, our minds raced with possibilities and skepticism. After all, this is uncharted territory, and the Monsterverse, and let's face it, giant monster movies in general, aren't known for having highly dynamic and engrossing human drama.
Oh, well, unless you're talking about 1954 as an example. um, yeah, that's kind of like that's kind of strange. That's like there is definitely some, quite a few kaiju movies from the past that you know where human drama isn't exactly like that. Like it's kind of just mainly because of the fact that some of the human drama in some of those older films weren't really that great or anywhere near on the caliber of something like 54 or yeah, or like certain other entries in the Godzilla franchise post 54. But anyways,
Is it possible to tell a truly compelling and intimate human story set within such a grand and bombastic world? Sure, it is, but it's very difficult. The genre comes with certain expectations, even on the small screen. Will Godzilla and perhaps other monsters feature heavily in the series? Or will the smaller screen mean that they'll be relegated to making cameo appearances? It turned out to be the latter, but we'll talk about that eventually. Expectations certainly took a turn for the better when legendary actor Kurt Russell was announced to head the cast, along with his son Wyatt Russell. Together, the two would portray the same character separated by decades. Eventually revealed to be titled Monarch Legacy of Monsters, the series premiered on Apple TV Plus on November 17th, 2023, and ran for 10 episodes. Reactions seemed to be mixed, leaning towards positive, a response that I remember mostly aligning with. I remember enjoying it well enough, but never did it captivate me in ways other truly great TV shows have. But did it need to? Perhaps I'm being too harsh, I don't know. Which is why I've decided.
well, I mean, if it's a show that is like 10 episodes and each of them are an hour long, I like you should like expect a TV show to like captivate you from beginning to end, or at least for most of it. um, that's yeah, like because that's a thing. Like it's something like this, like that is like unless you are a super dedicated Godzilla fan or King Kong fan or what have you, like if you're just like someone who's casually watching them, who's only seen the MonsterVerse movies, and you're curious about this show called Monarch Legacy of Monsters that's set in the same franchise, you would kind of hope that it's worth the time that you're investing into it. Um, which unfortunately that's not the case in the show. That being said, I was definitely like the fact that Kurt Russell and his son Wyatt Russell were both playing the same character in the show, did have me intrigued. That was definitely that was like kind of one of the things we would go, hey, this could actually be could be pretty neat, you know, see what they do with it. Anyways,
To give the series another go. Especially with season 2 right around the corner, now seems to be the perfect time to give season 1 a rewatch and see if my feelings towards it will change at all. Let's dive back into the shadowy halls of Monarch, sift through the timelines, and take another look at what Legacy of Monsters actually accomplished and where it stumbled.
but okay, he plays bits of the soundtrack. So episode one.
The first episode throws you right into the action with flashback to the events of Kong Skull Island. We follow Bill Randa, once again played by John Goodman, as he is being chased by the Mother Longlegs. You know, the giant spider that gave us that sick homage to Cannibal Holocaust. It tries to eat him, and thinking he's about to die, he
Okay, yeah, you like showed like the image of a person like impaled in the mountain cannibal Holocaust, but it's blurred. So that's what that sound effect was. Let me just back it up just a couple seconds.
by the Mother Longlegs. You know, the giant spider that gave us that sick homage to Cannibal Holocaust. It tries to eat him, and thinking he's about to die, he chucks a mysterious briefcase into the sea, an act that becomes the catalyst for this whole show. Okay, I know I'm not the first to point out how this whole sequence contradicts what happened in Kong Skull Island. At no point did Randa have time to run off and have his little encounter here, and the Mother Longlegs dies by a bullet to the head by Samuel L. Jackson. But you know what? I don't care.
Oh my god. Okay. God, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. All right. If that's the case, then what? What? If that's the case, why even be super critical about something about a piece of movie or any show that you pretty much hate that does that, and you hate it because it contradicts events in previous films. What's the at that point? Why wouldn't someone just say, "Well, I didn't care." Like, same. Uh, Keep in mind, it's the same thing he did in GXK, where he's just like, yeah, the plot was kind of half baked, but I watched Godzilla do zero gravity shenanigans, and I didn't care because it's so cool. Oh, and we got someone on stage.
Yo, yo, what up, my fam? How y'all doing?
Um, doing pretty good. Although there doesn't seem that many people listening to this. Probably, actually.
Well, at least be happy that I'm here to comfort you, man.
Yeah, that's we're doing audio only for this video we're covering from up to the depths on Monarch season 1.
Is it because the copyright thing?
Kind of, mainly, but it's also just kind of I want to have a little more control to sort of pause it because I have because unfortunately I don't really have unlimited time today. I do have so I kind of want to try to get this video through.
Sweet. In the meantime, I watched the first episode of season 2 of Monarch.
Hmm.
And let's just say, if you hated Kate Randa in previous season, chances are you'll probably hate her even more.
Oh boy. Oh.
But hey, Kong is nice, and I won't spoil it, but I really like the sequences with the 50s crew. That's all I'll say.
All right.
So where were you on this video? Were you stopping at where he was talking about Randa escaping from Mother Longlegs?
Yes, and he pretty much said he said I know that he talks about how that there was no way that there was no that it contradicts the fact that he never really went that far in that direction away from Samuel L. Jackson and his from Packard and company. The sequence never happened in Kong Skull Island, nor were there any indications that it did happen.
So you could say that this is a kind of a plot hole.
Yeah, exactly. Why would Randa run away from Packard and his crew? Run away because of let himself get split up by Packard and his crew. When they're the guys with the guns, that's they lost some of their people when they were all together. So the chances of someone surviving on their own on Skull Island is close to zero. But here let's hear that again. So we just to give some context.
He chucks a mysterious briefcase into the sea and accidentally becomes the catalyst for this whole show. Okay, I know I'm not the first to point out how this whole sequence contradicts what happened in Kong Skull Island. At no point did Randa have time to run off and have his little encounter here, and the Mother Longlegs dies by a bullet by Samuel L. Jackson. But you know what? I don't care.
Okay, did you catch that?
Yeah, I kind of catch that, and yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of this sequence, mainly because it kind of doesn't make sense in terms of timeline wise. How did this happen, and why did this have to happen in this type of way?
Yeah, exactly. Why? Their whole mission was to get to a rendezvous point. So why would Randa seemingly just go out of his way, go far away, just to throw throw that thing into that briefcase into the water like that.
Because so the plot can happen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just so it really. This is like one of I mentioned a bit about the Golden Gate Bridge scene before we started the video. This is another example of just the writers just like you pretty much would think like, oh, maybe the writers didn't watch the movies or what have you. But apparently, I found out that supposedly that one French agent lady, who was like with Titan Tim for the first half of the show, who becomes a turncoat later on. Um, apparently, if now, correct me if I'm wrong, but did this show like ever establish, or did someone like suggest that woman was like a relative of Sandra Brody, the mother of Ford Brody from 2014?
Well, from my memories of watching the show, she said that she lost her sister in Janjira, so you could kind of say something like that, even though the show didn't specify if she's from the Brody's family. But from what we said, I think some may think that she's right.
I mean, if that's the case, then that just sort of begs. Then I would have to sort of conclude like, oh no, like people like you wouldn't like. Here's the thing: like if you didn't watch the movies, then you wouldn't even know that detail. Like I'm referring to like the people who made the show, because then
But
like
also it questions me like, why didn't this character ever, try to contact Ford or his family? It kind of like doesn't make sense when you think about it.
exactly. Yeah. So now I just kind of left with the wondering, oh, so maybe the people who made the show did watch the movie, but they didn't. But the thing is, they kind of like are sort of considering the continuity as like this annoying interloper that is sort of like that they will only acknowledge when it's convenient for the story that they want to tell, but ignore when it's not. So it's like a way. So honestly, it's kind of like more malicious in a way. Like it's just much more or slimier, and it's just yeah. Like it's just bullshit, really.
I guess you could say that. So, shall we continue?
Yes, yeah, we can continue. And also, yeah, he said he doesn't care. That's what Upper the Depth said. So it's
Well,
like
if he doesn't even care, why did he even bother to do this video if he's a so-called fan of this?
if he doesn't care about continuity, then why does he even try to pretend that he cares about continuity in other things, especially if he hates something because it contradicts a past event? Like, does continuity matter to him? Like, I just kind of would like to know some of these things, like just to see where we stand.
The answer is shut up and don't think about it.
um, I think the answer is just more like I liked it, so that's why I don't care. Like, oh,
Huh.
okay. Anyways,
In films, this show, and all the various supplementary materials.
whoa. Oh, okay. It just like that sounded a little weird. Hold on.
But you know what? I don't care. Between the films, this show, and all the various supplementary materials over the years, the Monsterverse has like 5 contradicting continuities at this point. And if the storytellers themselves aren't going to bother keeping it all straight, I'm not either.
I thought the point of the show was to get to keep it straight.
Yeah.
That's not
So,
good. That's man. Come on.
yeah.
Okay. All right. I don't want to be stuck on this. I think we made our point pretty well, but this is just, god damn it.
Yeah, not to only mention the fact that so the entirety of this show is completely pointless if it doesn't even bother to, explain, what happens between these films.
Well, not just that, but to like have it to where the continuity is like bolstered between the films. Like to actually, yeah. Or if like, or the show's like pointless if it's just gonna go and do its own thing regardless of whether or not it contradicts anything from the movies. You know, like Axis Monday. We'll get to that.
Still a banger way to start out the season. We then fast forward to 2015 to Kate Randa, one of our main characters, as she's landing in Tokyo.
AKA the Redcon.
Hmm?
I'm just gonna say that this show is basically a huge middle finger to the comic books at all the time materials, considering the fact that it doesn't even bother to explain what happened to Muto Prime and the other things that happen in the comic books, you know?
I mean, to be fair, I think the like maybe like the Muto Prime stuff in Aftershock is like a little more complicated because the movie because King of the Monsters does kind of like has it to where Godzilla hadn't really been seen since 2014, so it would just be like it'd be weird if like there was something like Muto Prime happening, you know, in between those events when Godzilla was supposed to have not been seen since the San Francisco stuff.
I mean, if this show doesn't even bother to care about the fact that Godzilla didn't appear in 5 years, why would I even bother caring about?
Exactly. Yeah,
Moving on.
yep, we'll move on.
To Kate Rand, our main characters, as she's landing in Tokyo. It's post G-Day, so the world is aware of the existence of Godzilla and Titans, and we get eased into this alternate world through her eyes as she travels to her destination. And this is where the series excels, the world building. Rarely do kaiju films have the time to build their worlds to the point where they feel believable, like they could exist
Except Evangelion, Ultraman, literally any tokusatsu films that deals with these topics, you know?
I mean, I guess maybe like some of them like dive into this more than others. Granted,
But also, it's not just that. You also have the topic of Pacific Rim also doing these types of things. So, if anything, it's not all that special for the Monsterverse to be doing this type of thing.
that's true. That's true.
Monarch has the time to do this, and so we get to see what the Monsterverse is like when Titans aren't fighting and destroying stuff. There's travel precautions, evacuation drills, and even missile defense systems. I really like the Godzilla signs you see sprinkled throughout Tokyo designating evacuation routes, and I especially like the conspiracy brain-rotted taxi driver here who thinks Godzilla and the Mutos were all faked. They did it with CGI. It's so believable, especially now. Quickly, we learn that Kate is in Japan to settle her father Hiroshi's affairs. She tracks down an apartment belonging to him, only to find a young man and his mother living there. Surprise! Turns out Hiroshi had a secret family in Japan, and now both her and her half-brother Kentaro have to reckon with the fact that their father cheated on them. This is a pretty decent dramatic hook. Sure, it's a tad soap opera-y, but it's undeniably interesting.
Yeah, I mean, like, let's be real. Like, Kate Randa, like, approached the situation in a very, like, sort of, like, not, in a very tactless sort of way, where she unlocks the place, she goes in, and then there's, like, these people that she doesn't recognize, who don't recognize her, and she's going, like, oh my god, she's like, oh, like, she's all, like, just very, like, snarky and just being rude about it, when these people like thinking that she just broke in. There is a time and place to have an attitude. This ain't it. You might want to make yourself look as little of like the bad guy in this situation as you possibly can by simply
Also,
just
the
saying like,
fact,
"Oh my god, this is a misunderstanding."
but also the fact that this reveals that Hiroshi is a massive cuck. Like, come on, man. How could you do this to your family, man? You're better than this. Oh wait, you're not.
Yeah. Well. I guess the show is like trying to say like, but don't you see, Kate may not be that much different like her father, except we're supposed to feel bad for her when she does it.
AKA, this show doesn't know how to handle morally correct characters. Moving on.
Yeah, exactly.
Kate has second thoughts about this whole situation. But as she attempts to leave, an evacuation drill goes off, causing her to flash back to her encounter with Godzilla in 2014. Turns out she was on the Golden Gate Bridge, escorting school kids on one of those buses when Godzilla walked through it, causing the bus to tumble down into the bay. This is a really great scene, because it shows how Godzilla's mere presence causes death and destruction wherever.
And also, it completely ruins his character on what was established in 2014, along with the fact that it kind of doesn't make sense for why he would do this, you know?
Well, yeah, like why? Yeah, Godzilla wasn't intentionally attacking the Golden Gate Bridge at all. Nor when he plotted the bridge did we ever see his like arm or anything get caught on a part of the bridge, which stalled him moving away. Like after he plotted the bridge, we see him like just moving, just sort of like just moving along. Um, that like that. I kind of mentioned this earlier in the stream. Like this is like this scene, character assassinates Godzilla. And it's worse than something like what GVK GXK does, because this is like a retroactive rewriting of history. It like just so we could have this story for Kate Randa.
For GVK and GXK, Wingard literally took the personality of Final Wars Goji and stuff it into Legendary Goji, and thinking that people will be a-okay with it.
Yeah, like with GVK and GXK, like I'm not gonna excuse what GVK and GXK does with Godzilla as a character. Like I'm not going to, but I can at least understand why there could understand like, but I can at least see somebody trying to make a defense for why Godzilla may be a bit different personality wise from how it was in King of Monsters. Like there's some, like there could be like there's a, like something there. This is a straight up contradiction of past events that should already have been set in stone already, because the people either didn't think to look to try to rewatch the scene and see and just like sort of understand like what was actually happening, or they didn't care.
Okay, so let's move on.
Yeah, they just kind of think that, oh, Godzilla, he attacks cities, he's a kaiju. It's nothing new. Like he could just
perspective of the faithful, something the later films in the MonsterVerse have all but forgotten. Also, kudos for being brave enough to off some kids. That's pretty dark and brutal. Anyway, Kate and Kentaro eventually.
I mean, Stephen King's It does that.
The only difference is that Stephen King has the balls to show the bodies.
He has the balls to like have whoever or the people who made the It movies like had like the balls to like have a devoted scene of Georgie like bleeding bleeding out as he's crawling away from Pennywise. I guess like in a sense like kaiju movies don't really have the balls to show kids dying pretty much, even just.
I mean, the OG 1954 had balls for doing that.
Yeah, I mean, they don't show the kids burning up with their mother, but they do. But there is the implication that they didn't get out of that. Like they pretty much get away with as much. Like 54 was able to got away with as much as it could for the time. For the time, because otherwise it would have been like a bit much. At least for those standards.
All right, let's move on.
Yep.
Also, kudos for being brave enough to off some kids. That's pretty dark and brutal. Anyway, Kate and Kentaro eventually team up to find some answers about their father and uncover hidden files linking Hiroshi to Monarch, which at this point they aren't sure what that is. Kentaro enlists his ex-girlfriend May to help decrypt some of the information, and in doing so, they find a photo of their grandmother standing in a massive footprint. The plot thickens. This also alerts Monarch agent Tim, who immediately begins attempting to uncover the breach. As this present-day storyline plays out, we periodically flash back to 1959, following Army Lieutenant Lee Shaw as he escorts a young Bill and his wife Keiko in Kazakhstan to investigate potential Titan activity around an old nuclear power plant. There they discover a nest, which of course starts hatching just as they begin taking samples. In their attempt to escape, Keiko is seemingly lost, much to Lee and Bill's horror. This is a pretty strong.
Yeah, she should be dead. like you have all these like bugs there. Like God knows what they were doing to her. Like You
Oh
know, that
yeah, here's the thing about this. When I first watched this scene, I thought that for a second that these bugs were kind of sort of going to be connected to the Muros, and here I thought that they were going to kind of like sort of build up to Muro Prime. And when they finally show up the Endo Swarm like type of worm in like one of the final episodes, I thought, oh sweet, they're going to have something that ties into the comics, which sadly they don't do that. But at the same time, we'll be cool for it.
yeah, and not to mention like Keiko should be dead anyways because Whole Earth portals like work in a way where you need something like a heave to get into because of the gravitisms
Oh
could kill you
yeah,
in an instant. But we don't
yeah,
talk
she
about
should
that.
yeah, she should literally be turned to a speck of meat and dust by that.
So should Kate. So should May. So should Lee Shaw. later on the show. But don't think about it. We don't. But don't care about it. Okay, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Plot armor, what is that?
Plot armor? No, it's not plot armor. It's story
Shield.
vest.
Yeah.
Wrong first episode, if only because it definitely balances the elements that make the formula of the show: interpersonal dynamic and scientific discovery mixed with the occasional exciting monster encounter, all told within two distinct timelines separated by decades. And this episode has a lot of all this, which is no doubt done on purpose. In a time where billions of hours of content is all vying for our attention, the first episode of any show needs to get viewers interested enough to want to watch the next episode, and I think it does this fairly well. I can't say that I was particularly drawn to any of the characters right away, though. I'd say the closest is Lee Shaw, if only because of the no-nonsense charisma of Wyatt Russell's performance. The other is Kentaro's mom. She's just so kind and sweet. How can you not like her?
Damn straight.
Yeah,
She's the best character. She's
Yeah.
probably my favorite. Yep.
Yeah, I would also say like Titan Tim is like one of maybe one of the few characters who was like actually who wasn't like complete who didn't have something compromise that I would say was decent without needing to put in a caveat. Aside from him having a bit of plot armor when he survives the helicopter crash.
These two are still like the gold mines compared to all the, the black of the entire cast and we had to deal with.
Yeah, which unfortunately even includes Lee Shaw, who has a lot of intriguing elements to him, but it's there's definitely neat stuff going on with him, but it's just and he's acted and the performances and the acting is really good from Kurt Russell, but yeah, there's definitely like quite a bit from the character writing on him that as the show progresses just gets more and more tizzly.
All right, let's move on.
Yep, move on.
Anna Sawai is Kate because of
Okay, all right. Now I actually did watch this, so I cut just to vet it. This part is weird. It's kind of weird because it's going to talk about Anna Sawai as Kate Randa, acting wise. So, all right, get ready. Get ready. Oh, hold on. Oh crap! Hold on. Let me back up just a bit more. Here we go.
The other is Kentaro's mom. She's just so kind and sweet. How can you not like her? Anna Sawai as Kate also makes an impression because of, insert some kind of tasteful joke about how ridiculously attractive Anna Sawai is.
She's
Wait,
hot.
that's it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. I mean, that's just kind of weird. Like, you wouldn't even mention like how Sawai was like, portraying like Kate Randa's PTSD, like her just having a PTSD sort of fit while they were in the shelter.
Along with her having a really unexcusable, interaction with Kentaro and his mom, and
I think I can't help but think that there was like another, like, you didn't have to do the. I mean, you could do the joke, but maybe just like save it for after, like some legitimate praise for her performance. It's like my issue with this point is that I disagree that Anna Sawai is hot. Like, if she is, don't get me wrong, like she's gorgeous. But
to be fair, I have seen better, but yeah, go on.
But yeah, I definitely would want to try to sort of say that she was good because of like certain scenes in this episode. Before I jump to that, and then we just move on.
Sweet.
But yeah, that's episode 1. Now we're gonna get into episode 2.
Yippee.
All right, so I'm pretty much muting like for a couple seconds because he does play like the opening track from the show, so I don't want to get copyright stuffed.
I'm not the biggest fan of the song for the opening. That's all I'll say about it.
And it's not like I think it's fine for what it's trying to do, but yeah, it's definitely not like my favorite piece of MonsterVerse music at all. As part like I mean, if anything, it's the only bits of like the MonsterVerse Monarch soundtrack that actually does stick out
Yeah.
to me.
Here's a little fun fact that I did when I watched these episodes, specifically when it was around the opening. Every time the opening kicks in, I almost always cut to the song by King Yu about specials by Jujutsu Kaisen because I felt like that song would fit much more perfectly with the show and the way it's trying to say,
Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, now we're on episode 2. We're going through pretty quick.
So
Nope.
Episode 2 finds both Kate and Kentaro trying to figure out what to do next after the bombshell revelation. Kentaro into his inner Tommy Wiseau.
Kentaro tearing up the office is like Tommy Wiseau tearing up his apartment in the end of the room.
Yeah, I can see that.
You bitch! I did not hit her. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not.
Oh, hi, Kate.
Mark.
And in doing so comes across information regarding a man named Lee Shaw, currently abiding within an assisted living center outside Tokyo. Meanwhile, Kate is being harassed by
Oh yeah, we'll get to the whole thing about how Lee Shaw was sort of like locked away almost to a retirement home, to a nursing home. Later on. We'll get to that. How he got there. We'll get there. Put a pin on that.
by Monarch.
Probably.
Tim, who does his best awkward pickup artist impression, including a full-on attempted kidnapping. Based. It doesn't quite work.
What? Okay, hold on. I need to back it up just a second. Just give me. Hold on. Give me a
Monarch, specifically Tim, who does his best awkward pickup artist impression, including a full-on attempted kidnapping. Based. It doesn't quite work, and when Monarch starts setting their sights in Kentucky.
Based. Like, oh yeah, Titan Tim doesn't work. Kate's followed by Monarch, led by Titan Tim, who tries this awkward pickup line and then tries to kidnap her. Based.
Okay, cool. Anyway, move on.
Anyways, it was back.
Specifically Tim, who does his best awkward pickup artist impression, including a full-on attempted kidnapping. Based. It doesn't quite work, and when Monarch starts setting their sights on Kentaro and May as well, the three converge once more. Kate wants to give Monarch what they want, and May wants to run and start over, but Kentaro knows where to go for more answers: the retirement home, where they find Lee Shaw, who says he knows Hiroshi and will help them find him if they escape with him from the retirement home, which is being monitored by Monarch and is acting as a pseudo-prison for Lee. For the past timeline, we go even further back to when Lee, Keiko, and Bill first met. Lee, who, after showing strong moral conviction protecting a lady in a bar fight, is assigned by his superior officer to escort a Japanese scientist investigating an unusual radioactive isotope in the Philippines. This scientist ends up being Keiko, and naturally the two don't quite get along right away, partially because of the online remaining between their nationalities, and partially because of some good old-fashioned sexism. While exploring, they encounter Bill Randa, a self-described cryptozoologist, who is there trying to uncover evidence of some kind of dragon. Whether the three come across the USS Lawton. Yes, that USS Lawton.
Okay, all right. Yeah, see, okay, USS Lawton. Yeah, the ship that was like washed ashore after getting torn up by by a creep by Titan. Yeah,
Well,
it's
a
in
lot
the
of
middle.
people thought that it was Godzilla.
Yeah, but now this show just establishes that it was that's like in just mainland as opposed to on a shoreline. How?
Either that or Ion's dragon has supreme amount of strength to lift that boat up.
Yeah, like how would he if that was supposed to be Ion Dragon? How the hell could that thing possibly been able to do that kind of damage to the Lawton? Like
It's simple. He's built different.
he's okay.
and find exactly what they are looking for when the dragon attacks, the first official proof that Titans exist. After the excitement of the first episode, the second slows things down a bit to explore more of the characters, their backstories, and their motivations. The highlight is everything in the past, and this will not be the last time I say this. Lee's introduction is great fun. The dynamic between him and Keiko doesn't feel forced and reconciles naturally, and it culminates in another great monster set piece with the Ion Dragon, sort of bat-like creature reminiscent of Gauss from the Gamera films. This is the second new original monster the show has introduced, and we're only 2 episodes in, which is really encouraging. It's always nice to see the Monsterverse continue to build out its roster of creatures and not just rely on the classics, as much as we love them. As for the stuff...
Well, they can't really afford the classics as a show.
But also because the copyright law and the Toho law.
Yeah, exactly. You got that as well.
The present, there isn't too much to say here, as a lot of it is just moving the plot along so that the characters can get to where they need to go, introducing us to some new side characters like Tim and Duval. The former
Duval, yeah, okay. Yeah, that was her name, Duval. All right.
Yeah.
There we go. All right, good.
of which is interesting because of how sincere and in over his head he seems to be, which is in contrast to Duval, who is more competent and no nonsense. It's not filler, just more of a transitionary episode for these characters, as they realize that they can't just go on with their lives. There are some notable moments, though. There's a sweet scene with Carl largely looking up a bunch of old photos of Hiroshi. This once again shows just how kind she is. She sees how hurt Kentaro is, and does what she needs to do to alleviate that pain. She even comes in clutch when Monarch comes knocking on their door, playing into the overly kind Japanese lady stereotype to allow him to escape. Seriously, the world needs more moms like Emiko. Makes me hate that Hiroshi...
Yes.
Kate's encounter with Tim and Duval is also memorable because it devolves into a bit of slapstick that causes this insane car wreck that all 3 characters make it out unscathed from. The reveal of...
that bit of plot armor, is like worth noting, but the other bits later on aren't. Okay, let's see what happens. Well, hold on, we'll see what happens.
Old Lee at the tail end of the episode is a highlight, just because it's Kurt Russell. As soon as everything gets elevated, and this will remain the case. So yeah, a solid sophomore episode that keeps things moving at a decent pace, ending with an exciting character reveal and action scene.
Now we're jumping into episode 3 next. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Episode 2, just like obviously, of course, you got the detail about the Lawton. Well, wait a minute. Like, yeah, okay. You know what? Actually, no. He didn't say like this is a contradiction or anything like that. Like, no, he's being steadfast about he doesn't really care if it contradicts what Kong Squadron established. I guess.
But also, one more thing before we begin, continue. What are your thoughts on like Iron Dragon, specifically its design?
I guess I could only just talk about his design because it's like character wise, like there isn't really much I could really say. He's just like a big bat dragon creature. Design wise, I think it's like it's fine. Like it's sort of like it's kind of like it's a neat sort of sleek looking like sort of black dragon type of thing, but there isn't really, honestly, there isn't really much for me to write home about in terms of design.
And here I thought you were gonna say it's just a big Gauss ripoff.
I mean, in a way, like, I can definitely see, I can understand that conclusion being made. In a way, I have no question there. But yeah, it's not like I'm just kind of neither here nor there about it. I think it's just
Yeah.
fine, I guess.
Anyway, Sea Monster, I'm going to be leaving in a couple of minutes, if that's okay for you.
No, that's okay, man. I'm glad that you came on. That's
Yeah, even though it sucks that you're gonna be alone talking about this video, I'm still glad to, talk to you about, the topic of this show and what it means to monsters, but also about what Uproom Dubs has to say about it.
yeah. That's nice.
But also, before I leave, I had to ask you something. Sea Monster, do you know of a movie called D Wars, specifically Dragon Wars?
I think I've heard of it, but I've never watched it.
Ah, sweet. Part of me would really like if we do like a live stream about this movie because I would love to know what your thoughts on it because it's one of my childhood favorite movies since when I grew up with it. So that's all I had to say with it.
All right.
And anyway, I hope you have a wonderful day, and I hope this video doesn't ruin your sanity.
Yeah, that's all right. All right, you take care, man. Anyways.
We start in 2015 as Lee, Kate, Kentaro, and May make their escape. After, Lee secures passage on a cargo ship headed to South Korea, where he meets up with an old contact named Duho, who agrees to fly them to Alaska, Hiroshi's last known whereabouts. When they land, they find the wreckage of Hiroshi's plane and a campsite with evidence of his survival. Just then, a massive creature breaks out of the ice, killing Duho and destroying their plane, stranding them. Back in the year of our Lord 1954,
I was kind of wondering, like, was there anything else that happened in the present timeline of episode 3? Like, I swear that there was more going on. This is because yeah, it definitely seemed like, oh, we're just gonna brush right through like a lot of what just happens. If there's like any like sort of character building going on, I guess the stuff in the past is sort of more noteworthy, I suppose. But because it's the Castle Bravo scene, but yeah, okay.
Bill, Keiko, and Lee present an impression of a massive reptilian footprint to a shaken General Puckett in an effort to secure more funding for their research. They ask for a lot of uranium, only securing it when Lee impresses upon the General the national security risk of a creature like this existing. However, this ends up backfiring when the military decides to just kill it without their consideration, much to Bill and especially Keiko's horror, who watch as they lure it out and blow it up with an atomic bomb. Later, Lee
let's just go over never mind the fact that the bomb went off before Godzilla even was like almost fully out. Like it just blows up right in his face as he is emerging from the water. Never mind the fact that like that they're way too that they demonstrate that the people at the demonstration were set up way too close for a bomb of that magnitude. Which, by the way, the Castle Bravo bomb, the nuclear test, that's what happened. That's what got Lucky Dragon number 4. I want you, and the people died on the Lucky Dragon number 4 because the fallout of that test was far greater than what was initially calculated. So Lee Shaw, Keiko, General Puckett, and all of Randa, and all those people that were on that island, just like a few miles away from where Godzilla is supposedly drawn towards. They should all be dead. I want to make that clear. You know.
he reveals to a demoralized Keiko and Bill that he has secured them unlimited funds from the military. This episode is a fun one. The present day storyline is fast.
It's fun, guys. It's fun.
Paced, with Kurt Russell palling around with these meddling kids. Already you can tell he's having a good time playing Lee. There's a fish out of water aspect to him as he attempts to navigate advancements in technology that makes for some humorous moments. We also get to see how resourceful he is with the whole switcheroo and Pohang.
Okay, I guess he does talk a little bit about stuff aside from the plot, like always some bit of character bits. Mainly from Lee Shaw, I suppose, which, I mean, okay, that's, yeah, Kurt Russell's good, yeah.
Him and Kate have a nice little moment when he encourages her to help him land the plane in Alaska,
Okay.
which I gotta say looks amazing. Not sure if they actually filmed on location. It certainly looks like they did. Either way, between the lush tropical locations of the past and now the freezing mountains of Alaska in the present, the show looks impeccable. From a visual standpoint, it's flawless. Also, R.I.P. Duho. You deserved better. This episode also reveals more about the Castle Bravo test that we only saw glimpses of in the opening credits of Godzilla 2014, which is really cool. However,
Yeah, you even show the clip that contradicts that this show contradicts. Like, like right there.
You have a bone to pick with the execution. Everything about it seems so small and understated. The actual bombing just sort of happens, and then is over and small and understated.
Hold on.
Really cool. However, I do have a bone to pick with the you deserved better. This episode also reveals more about the Castle Bravo test that we only saw glimpses of in the opening credits of Godzilla 2014, which is really cool. However, I do have a bone to pick with the execution. Everything about it seems so small and understated. The actual bombing just sort of happens, and then is over in mere seconds, and it doesn't look even remotely real, which really sucks the wind out of what should be a very potent and powerful scene. I don't know, I just feel like the scene could have been done better. What doesn't lack potency is
Yeah, I mean, I have a bone to pick with the scene too, but not necessarily those things. I mean, you can include those as well, like, which, I won't say those are invalid criticisms, but there's more to criticize than just those. But now let's hear what's good about it.
Yamamoto's performance as Keiko, who really sells the loss of control she feels as she watches what is potentially the greatest discovery of all time being destroyed without thought. And make no mistake, it is no accident that the person most upset about seeing Godzilla killed is the only purely Japanese character. Thus, she has a spiritual connection to Godzilla, the Japanese representation and symbol of the atomic bomb's destructive power, a symbol that is being tainted and destroyed by the United States, the country who used it on hers. Yeah, there's some rich thematic stuff going on here. So while the technical execution of this scene is questionable, the writing is the best of the season so far, making it the best scene of the episode, and Mari Yamamoto is MVP. Well, her and the big G, of course. Just look at that beautiful mug of his. Don't you just want to pinch those cheeks?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thematic potency. Pretty much would have been nice if we got more of that, I suppose, throughout the rest of the series. Just saying. It's like, I pretty much could kind of understand like, even if that was like a correct read or a valid read of what was going on in the scene from a thematic standpoint. Like, I pretty much do think, like, if that, like, it probably could have worked if the scene itself was executed that well. Like, it just kind of, yeah, it's a bit wrong with it. But now let's get into episode 4. Oh boy, here we go.
Ice Monster gives chase, forcing Kentaro, Kate, May, and Lee to hide in an ice cave. May slips through some ice, getting her leg wet, making it a race against time to escape the cold before she dies. They spot a mysterious light in the
She should be dead. It's just like you know.
Distance, which they decide to head toward, except for Kentaro, who is convinced he knows the correct way to go. During his trek, he hallucinates visions of the past regarding his father and May. We see how they first met before his art show, which he skips to go on a date with her. Eventually, Kentaro finds an old rig station, which he uses to call for help.
The amount of just like how insanely convenient it was for him to find this rig station out in the middle of nowhere like that is actually still working and was able to get that phone call out to have Lee, Kate, and May rescued, at the right time before May could die or the frostbark killed them all. It, it's so it is the variables are batshit insane in this episode. And they really undermine like everything that this episode was trying to go do, character wise or writing wise, and so on and so on. Ugh. God, yeah, I remember this episode being really poor. Like, just made me go, like, these characters, like, this season would be over at this point, especially for May. She hypothermia, pneumonia, a whole bunch of things, just a whole bunch of like her foot should be frostbitten. Frostbitten. Like you don't come back from that. I'm sorry, you just don't.
Saving the others just before they are eaten by the monster. At the same time, we see that a Dr. Barnes, stationed at a small Monarch outpost in Utah, is detecting strange radiation readings similar to those seen before the rise of Godzilla and the Mutos. Tim insists Randa's files and Lee's knowledge are the key to preventing another Titan disaster.
Oh yeah. This Titan disaster that we never see pay off in this season, by the way.
Okay, so this is the first episode that I remember not digging so much, mostly because it's the first one that doesn't flash back to the 50s plotline.
There's more wrong with this episode than just that, my guy. I like, okay. I mean, sure. Yeah, the 50s stuff is arguably better than the present day stuff, I guess. Yeah, relatively so, maybe.
And so relies solely on the present day characters to hold your interest, which means if you aren't digging them, especially May and Kentaro, who are this episode's focus, then this is a major downer. It also features a lot of wandering around in the snow, so it's not super exciting either. That being
Slide on the soap. Anyways.
being said, I did enjoy this more than the first time. I think the meet cute between May and Kentaro is handled well. It's understated, and the motivations for why they find each other intriguing is clearly understood. Kentaro especially. It's clear he doesn't feel comfortable monetizing his passion for art, especially because of the pressure he feels to make his father proud, and so he used his attraction to May to get out of it, essentially sabotaging himself. And now he feels guilty because the art show was the last time he saw his father, explaining why he is just so determined to find him. It's told well, especially thanks to some really slick transitions. The filmmaking here is just genuinely good.
I mean, there's some interesting, I don't have any problem with the technicals, really. Like, there's some neat stuff here, I guess, visually speaking. Like transitions, parallels, so on and so on. I see what it just reminds me of what the show could have been more than anything. It's just kind of it's just kind of wasted potential.
I have to admit. Also, I just want to say that I really appreciate the show's consistency of having Japanese characters actually speak Japanese. It's a small thing, but that's precisely why it matters. They could have easily had everyone speak English, or not have Japanese characters at all, and no one outside of the hardcore fans would have cared. But they deliberately chose to have a large portion of the story rooted in Godzilla's homeland, and that is a great thing. Of course, we have to talk about the new Titan introduced here, the Frostvark, which is undoubtedly the coolest original monster in the show so far. It's basically a combination of an aardvark and a star-nosed mole with ice powers added on top, which is super wacky as far as monster designs go. though. Its method of consuming thermal energy is also really interesting and makes for a cool visual. Still, with the absence of the much more interesting timeline, this is the weakest episode so far, and your enjoyment of it entirely rests on how much you have invested in the present-day characters and the mystery they are trying to solve. If you don't like these characters, then this episode is a major drag, perhaps even downright boring. You get some Frostvark action in, but it's few and far between. Show still looks amazing, I'll give it that. The Arctic never looks so good.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind the Frostvark design. I mean, I do like it. It's kind of neat, you know. It's one of the things where it's like it deserved to be in a better episode, or to be in a better show, even. Yeah, well, yeah, it's like the visuals, like like how the visual direction. It's like there's some neat shots, neat visuals going on. There's a neat creature there, but good lord, like the writing, in between all of that is just like especially in terms of how the characters try to get out of the situation. I mean, stranded in the Arctic is oy vey. Or is it Alaska? Yeah. I think it's Alaska. Yeah. Okay, episode 5. We're getting there, folks.
Kate, Kentaro, May, and Lee are detained by Monarch as they figure out what to do with them. At the suggestion of Duval, the trio are let go and followed, knowing they will continue searching for Hiroshi's files, while Lee continues being detained. He is interrogated by Monarch Deputy Director Natalia Verdugo, whom which he makes his disagreements with modern Monarch's philosophy well known, and refuses to give up when he knows about Hiroshi's files. Meanwhile, the trio travel to San Francisco with plans to search Hiroshi's office there, but not before stopping to reconnect with Kate's mother. Kate introduces her to Kentaro, which is super awkward, before convincing her to use her connections with FEMA to help them sneak into the city. While doing so, Kate suffers panic attacks as she is reminded of the tragic events of G-Day and her own moral failings. After evading numerous patrolling soldiers, they find Hiroshi's office, and there, through some clever thinking, they uncover the path of his travels. After arriving back home, May sneaks off to make a deal with Duval for her freedom. This is easily the weakest episode so far, mostly
Wow, okay, weakest episode so far. I'd like to know why. Go right ahead. Not that I think this episode's great per se, but I do think there's some, it's like there's all right. There's neat stuff going on. Like it's even kind of trying to flesh Kate out a bit. Give her, put some more flesh in her, and put some more meat on her character's bones, I suppose. But it's still just, it's just one of those things where it's just kind of too little, too late. And unfortunately, the rest of the season doesn't really do much to sort of redeem her being kind of a cunt for the first couple episodes, especially one who could potentially steal her half brother's ex. I want. It's just like, I'll take your bitch.
because it's the first one that truly feels like it's stalling for time. The young trio go on a quest that feels like it could have been done in half the time it takes here. Seriously, most of the runtime is them wandering around, evading and not evading soldiers, and acting a fool by being loud and obnoxious when they know they need to be quiet.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, yeah, that is kind of dumb. like, aren't you guys supposed to be like quiet? You're supposed to sneak through. You're not supposed to be here, right? So, but you need to go through there because you need the thing, which means you got to be stealthy. Like, it's not like it's not like you got Batman or Robin like sneaking through like like Joker's hideout or something. Trying to hide from goons, and then just like having some banter back and forth, just going, "This is why Superman works alone." But anyways.
It's one of those classic cases where characters are written to act kind of stupid for the sake of dramatic and situational tension, and I hate that.
Yeah, well, Kate was acting pretty stupid in episode 1, but you didn't have a problem with that. when she was like being hostile or antagonistic towards two people who, for all they know, like she was just breaking and entering in their own home. Eh,
If you were already annoyed with the modern day characters, then you will full on not like them by the end of this one. Also, this is 2 whole episodes of the characters wandering around, and it's killing the momentum of the season. This effect is felt all the more because this is also 2 episodes in a row where we don't drop in on the past timeline at all, and so you really start to feel its absence here. This is likely the section of the show where those who weren't vibing with it finally fell off, and I don't really blame them. I will say, though, that as a fan of Godzilla 2014, I did like revisiting San Francisco after it was destroyed at the end of that film. In fact, this episode actually has a lot of overt connections to that film. Through Kate's flashbacks, we get to see more layman reactions to its events, including some school kids watching the Honolulu fight on their phones, skeptical if it's even real or not, which is fun and realistic. And we get to see the school evacuated as Godzilla and the Mutos converge on the city, adding some new perspective to that sequence from the film. Even Serizawa's "let them fight" quote is referenced here by Lee, though not in a positive light. He doesn't seem particularly fond of the man, questioning his faith in Godzilla, which is blasphemy, of course. And here I was beginning to really like you, Lee. By the way, as an aside, I have to say, hearing Kurt Russell utter the name Godzilla is just so cool and surreal to me. I mean, this is Snake Plissken, McCready, Stuntman Mike, Dean Prophet, from the comedy classic Overboard. The man is...
Yeah, okay. That's it's like kind of like very. This is getting kind of superficial at this point with the praise. There, where it's just like, hey, Kurt Russell said Godzilla. I clapped. Yeah. I mean, okay, it's like, it's kind of neat, It's just like, again, like there's nuggets here that, like, the whole thing of a character who worked with Monarch, who is now like sort of like antagonistic towards Monarch because he thinks that they've sort of lost their way somehow. Like, it could work if there was like anything to sort of support that, in a sense of like what they pull from the movies, like in context of the movies, in terms of like why it's like, and they actually like properly explore that. It's like you have like this whole series that could have like explored these things, that could have like bolstered the continuity of the movies and actually like have some complexity and some layers to what is going on behind the scenes in the movies, in between them, involving this organization that deals with titans, and they just don't really, like, in the show doesn't quite do that. Like, or at least not at the very least, it doesn't do it anywhere near enough to sort of, to really justify its own existence as sort of like that piece of media intended to do that. Yeah. Anyways,
a legendary actor, and having him in anything Godzilla related is such a treat. Anyway, through the flashbacks in this episode, we also learn that Kate is a lesbian. It's a lesbian. And a cheater, which changes the way we perceive her. Suddenly she's not quite such a virtuous character, and she's
well, she wasn't really that virtuous of a character to begin with, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, granted, the fact that she cheated on her girlfriend didn't, or former girlfriend, didn't help things at all.
Aware of that, and it's through her growing connection with May that she's able to realize she is more than her mistakes. All this is fine, I guess. I understand what the writers are going for, but I'm gonna be honest, I just don't find any of it to be especially interesting.
I mean, here's the thing. Like, I thought it was interesting because it was like it was the show like at least kind of trying to make Kate Randa like even somewhat sympathetic. Where it's like, yeah, she did a really bad thing. Where she kind of, and she's like sort of coping with the fact that she's not that different from her dad at this point. At least at this point in the timeline, and she has regrets about it. Like there's like the show was like, again, it's too little too late, but at least there was something there. Like, they were trying to do some character building. Like, what you find to be interesting and what you find to be uninteresting are totally subjective. So, I mean, not that it should be disagreeable, but to say that, but still.
The performance by Anna Sawai is good, though. I'll give it that. Finally, I suppose.
Oh, good. Now you actually sort of mentioned that Anna Sawai is a good actress. Like she's good in the show. Okay. It was like, what about her being hot? Granted, he did have a visual of like where she was like kind of naked, sort of, with the woman that she was cheating her girlfriend with. Got a visual of like the guy in an airplane, like sweating profusely, like as if he's playing with his meat. Let's just put it that way. Playing with his atomic lizard. Let's just put it that way.
All this is fine, I guess. I understand what the writers are going for, but I'm gonna be honest, I just don't find any of it to be especially interesting. The performance by Anna Sawai is good, though. I'll give it that. Finally, I suppose I should talk about Verdugo. She's appeared in the prior 2 episodes, but I haven't mentioned her because she hasn't really done anything up to this point. This is her first real introduction, and I gotta say she doesn't make a good first impression.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I mean, I don't really think she was that, like, she's just kind of like a nothing burger of a character, from what I recall. So, I mean, I don't disagree too much here, at least, so.
And I don't mean that in a good way. Obviously, this is because she is in direct opposition to Lee, a character who we care about to some degree. But her bullheaded obstinance is irritating because we don't really know her motivation. She threatens to lock Lee away again, but at this point I don't really know why exactly. Is it because she just thinks she knows better? Why is she so adamant about not working with Lee to stop another potential G-Day from happening? She just comes off as arrogant and, frankly, stupid, which is probably on purpose to show how far Monarch has.
Oh, hey, Lau. All right. Yeah, hope to see you in a bit.
Fallen, but her character is still annoying regardless. It just feels like opposition for opposition's sake, and not organic. Conversely, I will say that I am starting to grow fond of Tim Duvall's relationship. She is clearly pushing him to be more assertive, to step out of the basement of Monarch and make his mark. It's a simple plotline. Not much screen time is dedicated to them, but it works. So yeah, this was the weakest episode by far, and after coming up,
that's hilarious considering that this is like the only episode that actually. Well, okay, I mean, like, episode 4 kind of tried to do some character building with Ken and May, but specifically Ken. Which, oh yeah, well, let me just talk about that. Like, Ken, like, gets so much shit throughout the show from his half sister and his ex. It's like, if it weren't for you, you'd be dead in Alaska. You'd be frozen to death in Alaska. So who the fuck do y'all think you are? To quote Kurt Russell in Guardians of the Galaxy 2, who in the hell do you think you are?
the previous episode, the show overall is starting to lose its luster. Hopefully things will pick up in the next one.
It was trying to get some of its luster in episode 5, but alright, I'm gonna give it to you. Fine, I guess. Like, oh no, there's no monster action, there's no past stuff. Yeah. I don't even. Here's the thing: the present stuff is still definitely the weaker story of the two. Don't get me wrong, but like, if you are gonna have both storylines, you need to have like the present stuff fleshed out a bit. And episode 5 kind of tries to do that, at least 4 to an extent, but 5 is like the only one where they do that, where they try to flesh it out. And it was actually, and it's still actually like a halfway decent episode, at least. So, anyways, episode 6. Let's get into it. Yeah, No, don't do the copyright.
Finally turn back the clock to the past, thank God, and see Lee and Keiko attending a military ball. Keiko endures some casual racism from American military higher-ups, and her and Lee start to get closer.
It makes me wonder, like how it would have been a neat subversion, like if like they just had it to where the guys were just like damn, she's hot, Keiko. Like they just do that. It's like instead of just doing casual racism, it's just be like, no, we're fine, no, we're good, we're good. But anyways, yeah, I mean, I don't have too much to complain about this point so far. I guess it's like, oh yeah, that's a neat little thing going on where like yeah there could be there's some bit of rape, there could be some bit of racism going on towards Keiko, but of course Lee's like the Chad who's all like yeah, don't, and it's like don't worry about them. um and Will Randa obviously as well. Anyways,
they talk about kids, and Lee drops this line. I'm not sure they were sure. Lee used sly dog use. They almost seal the deal, but he gets called away by Bill, that blocking ass. Bill reveals evidence of a Titan in Japan, and he and Keiko head there to check it out while Lee agrees to stay back to secure much-needed funding. In Japan, they meet a Dr. Suzuki, who has apparently made a device that emits gamma radiation, effectively creating a Titan lure. Later on, Lee shows up suddenly, foregoing the very important meeting with the military to see Keiko. They pronounce their complicated feelings for each other before Godzilla interrupts, proving that he is still alive. The three head back to the States, debating whether to tell Puckett, but before they can, they discover that Puckett has handed control of Monarch over to the military. In the present, Duval, wanting to avoid another Titan event, goes rogue and rescues.
Yeah, it's funny that they do that. With like, okay, so now it just makes it seem like Monarch had just been handed over to the military like several times over throughout this history. It's like, oh, it was handed over to the military, and that was like kind of a talking point in Godzilla King of the Monsters about Monarch just being, just sort of being handed over to like a government, or the military. Like that's just kind of because of like the events of 2014. Like it's kind of weird that that they just have it where, yeah, sure, like Monarch would need funding from the government in order to, or like a whole lot of funding in order to do what it needs to do, which would have to come from the government. But it's just kind of weird, and unless they pretty much bring up some proof, then then their existence, the point of existing would just be null and void. At least existing as an independent body. But it's just kind of fascinating that this just sort of happened over and over in this continuity. It just, and yeah, needless to say, this show doesn't really do any better at, at just sort of mitigating that being the case. Yeah.
Lee. They meet up with Kate, Kentaro, and May in San Francisco and agree with the military. In the present, Duval, wanting to avoid another Titan event, goes rogue and rescues Lee. They meet up with Kate, Kentaro, and May in San Francisco and agree to form a tenuous alliance in order to follow Hiroshi's path, which leads them to the Algerian desert. There they actually find Hiroshi, but he warns them and takes off just before Godzilla rises from his slumber under the ground. Lee is determined to follow Godzilla, but the young trio are done following him and go their own way. On their way back to civilization, May reveals her betrayal, leaving Kentaro and especially Kate heartbroken. So after a series low episode, we follow it up with its best. Seriously, this is a banger episode, mostly because we finally return to the past, and everything that happens here is very engaging. The real heart of this episode is Lee and Keiko's relationship, and unlike the melodrama going on in the present, this romance really works. You believe why these two are attracted to each other, and there are legit stakes at the heart of it. The future of Monarch depends on these two, and their feelings for each other could destroy it, which is what ends up happening when Lee chooses her over it. This, of course, informs our understanding of present-day Lee's motivations, and why he is so disillusioned with Monarch. He lost his chance to run it, with the people he cares about, because he put his feelings over their mission. It's also nice to return to Japan again, this time in the past. Japan continues to have a strong presence in this show, and it's great. Also, what boosts the 1950s storyline is, well, the 50s itself. I love the whole vibe and aesthetic of this era. I always have. It just fits the nature of this show. After all, the 50s was when creature features and giant monster movies were reaching their peak in so many ways, so having the origins of Monarch set around this period is perfect. The present day story is also no slouch this time. Kurt Russell as Lee continues to ooze old school cool, elevating every scene he's in. We also get a surprising reveal that Duvall is the sister of Sandra Brody from Godzilla 2014.
Okay, yep, there it is. All right. Okay, yeah. So I did hear this from this video. The whole thing. Yeah. Yeah, it makes you wonder, like, where was Duvall during where the hell was Duvall during the events of 2014, especially considering that the Muto that destroyed the Janjiro power plant was the thing that killed her sister. Like, assuming that her sister was Sandra Brody, like, as Upper the Depths seems to think it is. Like, yeah, like it just kind of makes you. And again, it just not only that, but it's like, where was Duvall when you like watching over Joe? Like, like when she knows that Joe is trying to figure out the truth, or at least we have some kind of she would have an idea to know about that. Like, ah. Why is this show character assassinating Godzilla 2014? I don't understand it. I don't get it. Why are you? Why? like that's like you're lying. Yeah. Okay.
Which is a pull I don't think anyone expected, and I'm here for it. As the Monsterverse continues to carry on and becomes more fantastical and goofy, leaving many characters behind, the connections to its more grounded and serious first entry continue to be forgotten. But this show is really trying to bring it back, and I appreciate that.
Too bad it's still just as bad as like what we see from the movies that just like ditch characters like with each new entry and try to be more fantastical. Like they try to move as far away from the grounded roots as possible. Like it's like it's not enough that you try. You got to execute it well, man. Like whatever, regardless of what you're trying to do, if you're like doing a grounded, more grounded, more boots on the ground type of like sort of drama, or a kaiju spectacle, laden sort of blockbuster. Like it's like either one, you got to have like some good writing there, regardless of what story you're trying to tell. And that's like GBK GXK, we're trying to do the spectacle. They're not well written. Monarch tries to do the grounded thing. It's still not well written. It's all the execution. It's all that's the key thing there. And I guess it just sort of makes you wonder, like, what do we constitute as being like well executed, really? Like, what are the standards that we're supposed to have in terms of what makes a story well executed or not? And I guess that's kind of like why I would be curious to know, like, what Upper the Depths' standards would be. But then again, he pretty much said he doesn't care that he pretty much said straight up admitted that he doesn't care that the opening scene in episode 1 contradicted Kong Skull Island in a significant way. Or that there's several significant contradictions in episode 1 or episode 3, or let's just be frank here, throughout the whole series, quite frankly. I'm perplexed. Part of me wants to know, but a part of me is just going like, I don't even know if knowing will even help at all. Anyways, yeah, we're almost halfway through this, people.
And it makes Duvall's motivations make more more sense, both as to why she joined Monarch and why now she is fed up with the bureaucracy that infests it. It's a good narrative turn and reveal from her character. Tim also proves himself resourceful by figuring out where Lee and the Randa kids are going even without the map, which culminates with him crossing their path just as they cross paths with Godzilla. Which brings me to, of course, the biggest highlight of the episode, which is Godzilla himself. He appears both in the past and the present, and
even though what does he do really? Like he just he just like emerges from the water briefly after throwing like a gamma thing at in the shore, and in the past and in the present he just wakes up. Like what exactly did Godzilla do really aside from just emerge and just carry on? Okay.
both are brief but impactful. He doesn't do anything spectacular. He's just swimming and getting up from a nap. But that's what makes these moments awesome. It's just really cool seeing Godzilla just existing, not doing anything spectacular, which is itself spectacular because of how spectacular he is, which is what both these moments convey very well, the sheer awe-inspiring nature of his being. And I gotta say, the effects in both these scenes are very well done. It's movie-level stuff, particularly when he's rising from the desert in what has to be an homage to a similar scene in the original Mothra vs. Godzilla. The scale here is just so good, which again is G14 vibes, and again, I'm here for it. But it's not just these two moments with Godzilla themselves that are great, but how they are presented. Both timelines are constantly cutting back and forth between each other at a faster pace than at any time in the series, and in doing so deliberately calls attention to the parallels between them, with the emergence of Godzilla as the centerpiece. So not only are these moments exciting on a visual level, but invigorating on a narrative level. It's when the series is, so far at least, most engaging, both emotionally and thematically. To sum it up, this episode, specifically everything in the past, is a great example of how you merge a monster narrative with human melodrama. They are one and the same, each one informing the other in a way that creates drama that you care about. We care about Lee and Keiko, and we care about their mission to form Monarch, so there never feels like there's a conflict of interest. This, combined with the present-day storyline gaining some momentum, and two great Godzilla appearances, easily makes this the best episode of the season. If the rest of it is this good, it will make for a great overall season of television, with only some major missteps.
Okay, yeah, just gonna pause over a bit here. So, yeah, like I mean, I guess in the grand scheme of things, episode 6 might be better than than others, than most of the other episodes, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, mainly mainly because of the past stuff in the past. But yeah, also we got someone named the Legacy of Meh. Whatever that could be.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, by the way, it's me, Lau, just in case you couldn't tell by the voice.
Yeah, your avatar's not even popping up right now.
It's just that I'm stuck with the Guy Gardner one, apparently, and unless I make like a profile or something like that. So yeah.
Yeah. All right, so we're basically almost halfway through the video, but we just got done with episode 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any points? Like I was taking a shower and cutting my hair. So any points that you've noticed? You know, he tends to overvalue certain things. Has he done that, or is he mostly just chilling?
He's definitely just kind of like, here's like an example. Like I do think he kind of overvalues a bit about like the fact, like he kind of talks, for example, like during the Castle Bravo scene, like he talks about how there's like this sort of thematic undercurrent about how like America, like blowing up something of like a Japanese sort of icon, and the Japanese woman is like really really sad about it and what have you.
Yeah.
Like he kind of like has that like sort of supersede like like the issues that he did sort of take with it in terms of the fact that it just sort of happens and just like happens very quickly, and the
Mhm.
show doesn't linger on it too much. Like, even though there's other problems with it, like just the setup for like where everyone was at that point, which, and I even mentioned, like, if you pretty much know like what happened with the aftermath of the Castle Bravo test, um,
Mhm.
like the fact that they overestimated like how the potency of that bomb, of the hydrogen bomb that was used for it.
Yeah, and then I think that contamination affected the culture up to this point where they had to like. a- am I correct to say that I think that there was like a thing where fast food boomed there because it was safer to eat from like a McDonald's and to actually get food from the fucking place after like decades even because it
Yeah,
was
like
kind of
yeah, like
yeah.
Lucky Dragon 4 was affected by this. Like it was like that whole thing with Castle Bravo was the thing that inspired Godzilla 1954. Like,
Mhm.
so, and to have like a bunch of people just like sitting on like on beach chairs, like on an island that's like just like like pretty much like just waving distance from where they're supposed to lure Godzilla towards to
Yeah,
set the bomb off on him.
it's a thing I noticed when I first watched it, and I was like, hmm,
They
that,
should be dead. They
yeah,
should be dead. They don't. Yeah, they should be dead. Like those goggles aren't gonna help them. Like because
yeah,
everything, because the radiation and all that. Um. Yeah, the explosion is like weight is like much smaller than what 2014 got across. Speaking of the 2014 movie, Godzilla like rising, being able to almost fully
yeah.
rise up from the water before the bomb goes off contradicts 2014, where the footage like had it to where the bomb went off right in his face as he was emerging.
Yeah.
Um,
Which,
it's
by the way, I just want to say the visual of him going and the water like not really like still covering him because he's so big and there's so much like actual fluid on top of him. It's
yeah.
way better than him actually standing up. I just wanted to say that. Like, I know that they wanted that shot for the trailer, and to me, that's like not worth it at all. Honestly, like he just looks so much more threatening when you don't actually see him and you have all the water and all the foam like just hiding him and then he explodes.
Oh
But
yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, they just needed it for the trailer. And while I understand that, it's like, couldn't you just make it a trailer shot?
Yeah, like I mean, I understand that 24. That I understand that the reason why 2014 did what it did was to sort of build up, have a build up to us actually seeing Godzilla,
Yeah,
like what he's gonna look like. And I know that Monarch has it's a thing like, well, they know what Godzilla looks like, so why should we hide it? Really, like it's like, well, it's like, no, you got to be consistent with what the movies did if you're gonna make a show that's meant to spin off or be a prequel to those movies. Like, you have to be consistent.
yeah, yeah.
And
And also, like, the thing I wanted to say is, like when you see how they manage a lot of the show, like, I think it's the main problem with the new MonsterVerse, which is like inconsistency just doesn't exist. And that's
yeah,
what worries me about Supernova and why, first of all, like I actively decided that I'm not going to watch season 2 of this show, right? Like I just don't feel like it's a good use of my time. And if Supernova is actually not like really, really good, I'm just done with the MonsterVerse as a whole.
yeah, yeah. I don't blame you. Like, I would say, like, Supernova is definitely going to be like the litmus test of whether or not the MonsterVerse is something that I'm going to be like that, like I'm gonna be that unironically sort of invested in, like invested in terms of like just being like, oh man, it's like, hey, I'm hoping that this will turn out to be good. Like, like, and I don't, I just don't like. I pretty much am hoping that it doesn't turn out like the MCU, where I'm just like, what the fuck are you guys gonna do now, type of thing. But it's just like if it ends up being that way, it's just like it will probably hurt even more because of the fact that it's involving Godzilla and King Kong.
Mhm.
And then maybe that's just a personal thing for me. If that's the case, as opposed to something like with Marvel, where it's like, yeah, I mean, like I like, like aside from like Spider-Man, and in the Hulk, I suppose, which we have to talk about a character who just who was like completely obliterated in the MCU. um, yeah, it's like, I mean, I could just take or leave everything else, but fucking hell, man.
Yeah, it's like you don't have anything left at that point. It's like the MCU. If you liked it to begin with, you lost that. Star Wars is fucking dead in the ground. They
Yeah,
raped it and then they killed it.
yeah,
Like that South Park episode, just like Indiana Jones. And then what else do you have? Like the Terminator movies are done like completely. Like we did get Terminator Zero, which was really good, but no one even knows it released.
yeah, yep, yep. Transformers, like they can't even Transformers. Like who knows what the hell they're doing? Like they're probably just not going to make any movies anytime soon, unless that stuff with Michael Bay coming back or actually come to fruition in a few years.
Yeah, but at least that one went out with a bang. Like at least you can say, they redeemed themselves a little after all the bullshit.
Yeah,
Then if you're like one of those 80s people and you're like into Ghostbusters and stuff like that also went to shit, I think, right?
like it was definitely like people like Ghostbusters was kind of dormant for a long while, but then they tried to bring it back with 2016, which was like the worst way you could have possibly brought a franchise like that imaginable.
Yeah.
And they tried to course correct with Afterlife and Frozen Empire, but even that sort of fizzled out. Um,
Yeah.
like Afterlife, I would say was at least much better. It had led to much better results. It's just that I think it's still kind of underperformed when it came out, from what I understand. But then Frozen Empire sort of came out, and I was just like, okay.
But like that's a good thing. Like at least you have Toho doing their own thing. So yeah, you can get like bad movies, like mid movies and stuff like that still from them, but it's not going to be for the same reasons as everything that comes from the West. And
Yeah,
I'm not usually like the type of the West sucks kind of guy, right? But the Hollywood in specific, yeah, it totally blows. Yeah,
yeah.
it's
No, you're not wrong. You're not
no,
wrong for thinking that.
it's not the whole West. It's again, it's Hollywood in specific. Sadly,
Yeah, no, I get you. Yeah, but anyways, what's up? Yeah, I'm doing like I've been doing audio only. So yeah, just let me know like if there's anything you need to like rehear or something.
okay. Just for context, you said he had just finished episode 6, right? Is that it?
Yes, we just got done with episode 6, and we are about to go into episode 7. Um,
And just as a reminder, could you let me know what happens in episode 6 in the present? In past, it was Bravo, okay. But like for the present cast, what are they doing at this point?
well, Castle Bravo. Well, no, the Castle Bravo thing was episode 3. Episode
Oh,
6, the present episode 6, you kind of like had it to where in the past, Lee Shaw and Keiko's like relations were sort of were sort of to develop more and more. You know, with also like the potential of that getting in the way of their professional sort of stuff.
mhm.
As one was a monarch. Godzilla turned out to have survived the whole time, and they also have like the whole gamma sort of device thing that's sort of set up for later in the show.
Oh,
Uh,
okay. So basically, they're at the point. I think it's when they go to Japan and Godzilla's just chilling in a lake. Is that it?
well in the past,
Yeah.
yeah,
In the
which have that, and in the present, yeah, like you have like the French lady who was like revealed to apparently be the sister of Sandra Brody, the mother from Godzilla 2014.
uh-huh.
Um, yeah, she like starts up. She and starts working with Shaw to sort of like like go rogue essentially and
Oh yeah, the French lady. She was she was like a bruiser type character, right? Like she was like a security or something that
yeah,
we see at first with the nerdy guy, and then she joins Shaw, I think.
yes, yeah,
Okay.
yep, correct. And then like the present day episode just sort of culminates where like Godzilla like wakes up from the sand dunes pretty much, and
Yeah,
yeah, and then just May's all like, "Hey, I have a secret," that you'll find out in the next episode or
yeah,
something.
and for the first time they actually get to see the dad. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now I know where we are. And nerdy guy. I think his name was Tim.
Titan Tim.
Yeah, yeah, the best character in the show. Yeah, he's literally left in the fucking desert. Yeah, yeah. Okay,
Yeah, like he
now I know where
survived the helicopter crash somehow. Which
like a child because he is the titan of this universe. He's the alpha and the omega. Kong can suck his balls. He is the
Hoshi was actually here earlier. He both said that Kentaro's mother was the best character.
who?
uh, Kentaro.
Girl, mom. I mean, in some ways, yeah,
Yeah, I mean, like she's pretty harmless, you know.
yeah.
Yeah, just like
But
a
yeah, I
sweet
think
lady.
Tim is like the goat.
Yeah. Anyways, I guess we'll now just sort of get into episode 7. All right.
Mhm.
Now, there's gonna be points where I would have where the video will be playing, but it's like, but I mute it for like a couple seconds because he does play bits of like the opening track from Monarch.
Okay.
So I, just to avoid copyright. Here we go. Alrighty.
Oh boy, I spoke too soon. Episode 7 begins with Kate, Kentaro, and May attempting to board a flight out of Algeria. But before they can, May gets abducted by some mysterious men who are revealed to be agents of a tech corporation called AET, who May used to work for. Through flashbacks, it is revealed that her real name is Cora, and that she has been on the run for years after she had crashed their system in retaliation for their inhumane animal testing.
Is it just weird that like you have so many like female characters like in Western media? They're just like named Cora, May, like
To be honest, from my side, I had never heard the name Cora. Um, and I even struggle to think of what culture that name comes from. It sounds like something that you could have maybe in Latin America if it's like a short for corazon, maybe, which means heart. But I don't think
right.
anyone is called corazon. But also, like we have such weird names that it wouldn't be impossible. I don't know where Cora comes from. Do
Yeah,
you?
I mean, yeah, yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I know the name is used for like the Legend of Korra or what have you.
Oh, I thought. I think it might have been my subtitles. I thought that her name was Cora.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
and for
think it's
Cora, it's Korra.
yeah,
I mean, it
yeah,
sounds the same. I get what you're saying, but yeah, no, Cora as with a C, it sounds a little bit Latin American, but I'm not really sure. But the other one you said was May, right? And
yeah.
it's like,
May.
yeah, yeah, there are a couple of those, I guess. Um, I
Yeah,
haven't seen it too much, but also I do avoid a lot of TV, so maybe that's why.
I mean, I just kind of like just be aware of like there's like a lot of usage of the name May for female character like in modern media, like mainly just through osmosis. Really, it's just kind
Hmm.
of like
Yeah, I
kind of
mean, it's true that you have like a lot of video game characters, I think, named MEI, as in, like MEI, May, instead of May, as in, for example, Aunt May, which is MAY.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That now that you say it, May, for example, is one of those names that I have noticed a lot in video games.
I
So
think
yeah.
in this case, I think in the case of May in Monarch, like her name is like spelled with Mae.
Oh, like so. If you just read it, like literally, will be my okay. I didn't know that. I forgot about it. Yeah, so it's basically like different pronunciations of the same. Like it's the same name written differently every single time. But yeah, okay.
Yeah. Anyways,
While May is being detained, Kate makes it her mission to track down and save her, bringing Kentaro and Tim with her in exchange for agreeing to help Monarch with Lee. They find May's family, and her sister Lyra tells them that she used to work for AET, so they travel to the AET headquarters, where sure enough, they find her, and May confesses everything. Sick of their side quest, Verdugo arrives to detain Tim, Kentaro, and Kate, but Kate once again says that she will help them with Lee if Verdugo secures May's freedom from AET. She
Actually,
agrees.
there's
May,
something I want to say. You know, back in the day when I was reading that, I was like, corporations, yeah, they could do that. Like it's believable. Yeah, I just don't think that it's really well established. By the time this plot point happens, I think it's like a little bit too late for us to carry. It feels like forced.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like the show, like does the thing is like the most that the show did with May, as far as like backstory wise, prior to this, was like in episode 4, where they established where they just like sort of established like how Ken met May and how the relationship started.
Yeah, but I feel if you established, for example, if she's having like a shitty life, right? And then she gets this job and the job is fucking amazing and she finally, like gets to have a good life and you actually see that. And then you have an episode where you actually realize, oh, they're literally like abusing animals and she does the thing. I think that
Yeah,
will have like a lot more impact because you actually feel her emotions as she goes from -5 to a 10 and then she realizes it's all a lie and then you know she could lose everything but also she cannot let this kind of horrible thing keep happening so she does it like it just happens so soon. It's just a couple of scenes and then it's over. But
yeah.
also like now with all of the files being released, I realized that if there was rich people going after you because of something with a company, she will probably be dead. Like straight up. So, actually, it's not dark enough. Probably
uh, yeah, maybe.
it could be way more of a thriller. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
It's like one of yeah, Monarch Legacy Monsters, where potential goes to get wasted.
yeah, yeah. Basically,
uh,
if
after
anything, I think she could have been a main character with that type of story if you took it seriously, right? And but anyway,
yeah,
that's all I have to add.
yeah, yeah. Maybe even have it to where like AET, which we later find to be like Apex Cybernetics, like this show could have like done a bit more to establish like how underhanded Apex could be are willing to like the kind of underhanded tactics that Apexes are willing to go in order to essentially be as prominent and as successful as it ends up being, like what we
Yeah,
see of them in Godzilla, which could even sort of like maybe even have them be willing to deal in like some criminal, like work with criminals potentially, which could
yeah.
potentially inform like how they were able to get the Ghidorah head for Kevin's head
Oh,
from
you mean the
Arizona.
two Ghidorah heads? Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
the two Ghidorah heads. Yeah, we could have seen how they got those two Ghidorah heads.
yeah, like if like yeah, like if this show is meant to like oh, this watching the show will help you understand the MonsterVerse better, or will help bolster the continuity of MonsterVerse better. They could have just done that. They could have done something like anything like that. Like I mean, it's not great. I mean, I still would have much preferred if that information was in Godzilla versus Kong, but but it's like at this point, if you need a show to try to like explain like how this stuff happened, then then as long as it's good and as long as it actually connects well, then fine, go for it. Let's just
Mm.
anyways.
Tim, Kentaro, and Kate. But Kate once again says that she will help them with Lee if Verdugo secures May's freedom from AAT. She agrees, and May, after reuniting with her family, decides to continue the adventure with Kate and Kentaro. Tim also convinces Verdugo to engage in a little Monarch PR. During all this, Lee and Duval take control of the Alaskan Monarch outpost, but Dr. Barnes escapes, alerting Verdugo. Lee secures a large amount of explosives and uses it to seal the portal there. Okay, so after the best episode of the season, we come to the worst, and the major reason why this is because it spins its wheels more than any other episode just so it can explore May's backstory. This whole storyline of her being kidnapped by AAT and Kate and Kentaro going off to save her is filler because it ends with May being exactly where she was at the beginning. Sure, it does resolve her story with AAT, but that's precisely the problem. It stops the present story to resolve the backstory, of which has no real bearing on the plot. Now, stopping and starting plot to explore characters is not unique to this series. Plenty have done it before and suffered for it. This type of storytelling is notoriously hard to pull off by its very nature, because it involves slowing the plot down, which can be very frustrating for a viewer, especially if the character you are stopping the plot to explore doesn't interest you very much, and this is the case here. How much you enjoy this entirely depends on how much you like May. For me, I'm mixed. She's the least interesting out of the present day cast by far, if only because she's the one least connected to everything going on. She was literally just dragged into it. She has no connection to Monarch at all. She's the third wheel character that I suspect the writers brought in to make the parallel with the past trio more explicit. Think about it. Aside from her connection to AET, her character could be removed and not much of the actual story would be different. If anything, I think her removal would have improved the show because it would simplify the story. This could have simply been a brother-sister adventure where they are trying to find their dad, forcing them to come together and confront uncomfortable truths, and it would have been all the better for it. As I said, this episode does resolve May's backstory, which has been teased up until this point, and it's telling that the most interesting aspect of it has more to do with the world building than her actual character. Basically, it's revealed that AET is actually the first iteration of Apex Cybernetics, the company owned by Walter Simmons that created Mechagodzilla in Godzilla vs. Kong.
What was that?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to ask you because he's talking about like the narrative just like getting interrupted to deliver something, and he was talking about how you kind of need to do it, but there are better ways to do it. Did he say anything about how it's handled in the episode where they all have like this hallucination back flashbacks? When one of them is like having like I think like frostbite or something like that, or hypothermia. Yeah, when they're like all hallucinating in their own ways. Did he say anything about that?
Like, I think he just primarily focused on like the backstory with Kentaro, like not even so much the flashbacks that May, like there's like pretty much I don't think there was like hardly any focus on May's perspective, like at
Oh
least
yeah,
like there was hardly any focus from Up from the
from her.
Depths
Yeah, her
on
point of
May.
view, like she was in the backstory we saw in those flashbacks, but it wasn't from her perspective. Yeah, so sorry, I got confused.
Yeah,
Uh,
exactly. Yeah,
the
yeah,
reason
that's
why I was asking that is because that is also kind of a bad trope of shows like this. Like the flashback hallucination episode. Some a lot of it's a thing that happens a lot, and I just feel like that one to me when I was watching it, it was like okay, so this guy's walking on the snow, and then he starts like thinking about the past, and there's as soon as it happened, I was like, oh, I wonder if this is the episode where they kind of like abuse that kind of thing. And so it's not just that like you just completely interrupt the flow of the show for like an episode. Even I would say that that episode also kind of does it in the sense that it's like, okay, so are these people like hallucinating? Okay, if they are, okay, but like you normally don't hallucinate with your whole past in a way that you explain basically your backstory. So I feel like that's a less extreme, a better implemented version of just interrupting the plot for that. And I
yeah,
think that because of them having like the hypothermia thing, being so cold that maybe they start like hallucinating and stuff like that. I think that is better implemented, and it feels like more of a justification for the plot to like really slow down to show you that past of the characters.
yeah.
But I think that those two things are in the end basically the same problem, just in a different point of the spectrum. I think that this episode, like stopping everything to show her backstory for one episode and then it's solved, is like the worst, most extreme example of it. But I do think that when you're having your characters, like have hallucinations with their flashbacks and backstories, I think that's like less bad point of it, but it's still part of the same problem. So I do think that the show does that twice, basically.
Yeah, yeah. It just like yeah, it like you have like a whole bunch of like episodes like in the middle of the season that are sort of devoted to doing the flashback stuff to build backstories for the three present day characters. Like you had May, like for May in episode 7 for May, 4 for Ken, and you have 5 for Kate.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
which
And if
episode 5 was arguably, like I think episode 5 like arguably like did it like the best out of the three. Like which isn't saying much, but they like and I did kind of like talk a bit like in terms of like they like it was sort of like a way to try to mitigate like her being kind of shitty, being kind of a
yeah,
shitty person for the first few episodes. And it's like oh yeah, like she kind of like is sort of like not only is she like having PTSD from like the events of 2014, but it's also the fact that she realizes she's not that much different from her father because of the fact that he cheated on her mother the same way he cheated on Ken's mother, um, in the same way that Kate herself cheated on her girlfriend back in 2014. Um,
yeah,
and she never reconciled with that. Like she never got the chance to sort of like try to fix things, or even just because apparently like the last time she like I don't think she like I'm trying to recall if she ever even told like she never told like the girlfriend that she cheated on that she cheated on her
yeah.
before
No, no,
the
she
girlfriend
didn't.
died. Like the girlfriend died off screen. Um it was like she could like Kate gets on the bus that was like making its way to the Golden Gate Bridge, and that was like the last we saw of the girlfriend.
Yeah,
Um, so it
yeah.
implied that the girlfriend
And so,
died during the battle.
and like that kind of works. Like it's hard to make people, care about the character without showing their past.
Right. Yeah, like how like basically like past events are kind of meant to sort of inform why a character is the way they are, why they do what they do in the present. That's kind of like like a thing with just with storytelling in general. Um, yeah, it's just that in the case of Monarch, it's like what we got for Kate, was like pretty like serviceable. There's even like some neat like there's potential. There's like a lot of potential there, but it's like not only is like too little, too late, but it's also sort of offset by the fact that Kate is like potentially has the potential to have a relationship with May, who is like the ex girlfriend of her half brother, who she met like 2 days ago.
Yeah, they definitely have like that problem with not only with her, but they also have it with Lee and the guy from Skull Island. I forgot his name. They also have it with him and the other two because in the first episode, everyone thought that Lee was dating the girl, right? Like everyone is like confused. Like most people that I've seen talking about the show at first were like, "Oh, I didn't know those two driving the car were dating," until they said that they had a kid. Right?
Yeah,
And then it was kind of awkward. So the
yeah,
show kind of struggles with that, but also like something that I think writers should understand is that, and I think this is like a millennial writer thing, which is not like it's not like every single millennial writing thing is bad. It's
right,
just a thing you notice, and
yeah,
I noticed that a lot of them think that you can get to know a character only through their past, and that's how you understand their current decisions. But it's like if you want people to like relate to a character, you just need to show what they're doing now.
yeah. yeah. You pretty much have like
Focus on the most.
yeah, like I pretty much see what the show is like trying to do. Like apparently, like Kate, Ken, and May, they're meant to be like so like this like them as a trio is sort of like meant to be like a more complicated, like version of like the whole thing with like the trio between Lee Shaw, Keiko, and Will Randa.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, except the thing is, like the present day stuff, like is done was like the reason why the stuff with Keiko, Shaw, and Randa, like people gravitate more towards that than the present is because like the present sort of trio stuff is like the execution is just so scattershot at best, and at worst is pretty poor. That when you have like that when you get to the past stuff that isn't trying to have it be like that isn't trying to be as morally gray in terms of like the relations, in terms of between those three between Keiko, Shaw, and Randa, that it actually like those three actually work better because like they're not trying to do something like as complex as what the show was trying to do with Kate, May, and Ken. Um, so like there's less ambition in the past stuff in terms of like thematics, but there is still, but it's like the execution is still better
Yeah,
overall because they
yeah.
actually show
And
them as like
ambition.
three. They showed them as like three, like Shaw, Keiko, and Randa are three pretty decent people, who actually, that really care about each other.
Yeah,
Even if like one of them is more even if like Keiko is more romantically connected to one of them more so than the other, at least in terms of like she's willing to like have her kid be raised by Randa as like a stepfather, while Shaw is like more willing to be like essentially like a godfather of sorts or an uncle type figure.
yeah, kind of, yeah. Um, the thing is also like I feel like ambition is a good thing, but you really need to focus it too because as from the depth said, yeah, like May could be removed from the show. I feel like you wouldn't really have much of a problem. And actually, that would make it so that when you see the backstory for Kentaro in that episode where he's, like tripping balls in the cold, you could maybe relate it more to his father, you know, instead of relating it to how he met her. And
Yeah,
maybe that way also you don't need to have that many flashbacks in that episode as well, right? Because you don't need to establish a relationship further from like the father side of his family instead of also on top of everything just adding Cora. It just makes it so that Cora is there, therefore you have to do that, but that doesn't really add much because then he gets cucked because of his sister. So now Cora is just like, you just take her out of the show, and I think that everything would be a little bit better.
yeah, yeah. Um, I don't know if there's like anything else to say. We could just move on. Pretty much, it's kind of a. I think we
Yeah.
kind of, but yeah. Anyways,
We see the very beginnings of the neurotech that will eventually be used to control Mechagodzilla here, being tested on monkeys, which is what May discovered and why she crashed the system and went AWOL. Then at the very end, we get this really ham-fisted reveal where the Apex logo flashes on screen, just so it's very clear to the audience what's going on. This is kind of cool, I guess, but I can't say that the origins of Apex was ever anything I ever needed or thought about. They are introduced and dispensed with in one movie, so it's not like they are this super important element of the monsterverse that needed exploring. Still, I can appreciate the effort to connect the series to that movie, I suppose. The most interesting aspect of this episode is, to no one's surprise, Lee. He's not in it that much, but his taking over of a Monarch outpost puts him in direct conflict with Monarch, and so to a certain extent, the young trio. The motivation for why he is doing this is left intentionally ambiguous, making him a pseudo-antagonist, at least for now. Another thing I liked in this episode is when Tim used a prototype Titan alert system as cover to allow them to sneak into AET. It's basically like those weather alerts that blare on your phone when a tornado touches down, only for giant monsters, which is realistic. This type of technology would absolutely exist in this world. It's another nice bit of world building. Verdugo then has to do a little PR to spin the mistake, further pushing Monarch into the public eye. This makes me think that this series is slowly building up to the fully funded and public Monarch we see in King of the Monsters, which, if it is, I will give the show major kudos. Anyway, this was the weakest episode of the season, again. But with only 3 left, I can only hope that the worst is behind us, and it can bring it all home in a satisfying way.
Yep. Okay. All right, that's episode 7. Yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, I was watching the show with my mom by episode 7. I don't think we finished it. Like, I mean, I watched it later on my own, right? But she never asked, "Oh, so what happened?" Or "Can we watch the last two?" She never really cared all that much,
Hmm.
and I get it. It's
Yeah.
also like meh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of the show's pretty. Oh man. Okay. All right, now we're moving on to episode 8. Here we go.
Tim brings Kate, Kentaro, and May to Monarch headquarters, where him and Verdugo reveal that after Lee's detonation in Alaska, gamma rays have been spiking around the world in a way they haven't seen since G-Day, indicating another potential global event is coming. One spot is in Kazakhstan, one of the locations Hiroshi marked on his map, and where Keiko had seemingly perished years ago. Kate figures this is where Lee is, and volunteers to go. When they arrive, they find Lee and Duval arming another portal. Lee insists on chatting with Kate, where he tells her that her grandparents were always right, that the Titans live in another world beneath them, and that he intends to seal every portal before another G-Day happens, as atonement for his failure in protecting them. Lee starts the countdown, and in the chaos, a bug Titan erupts from the portal, causing Kate, May, and Lee to fall down into it. Back in 1955, Lee, Keiko, and Bill work to keep Monarch alive while under the thumb of a skeptical military. With a budget meeting looming, Lee pushes the two to map every Titan sighting on Earth to prove their work still has value. While doing so, Bill realizes they could be living underground somehow, explaining why they are so hard to track. He rushes to Keiko's to tell her, and there discovers Keiko's secret. She has a son, Hiroshi, whom she brought over from Japan. Bill promises to help her, and Lee takes the map they made to pocket, while also revealing that Godzilla is still alive, boosting Monarch's value in his eyes. Okay, this series is giving me some serious whiplash, as we once again follow up a mediocre episode with a great one, and you can probably guess why. As usual, everything in the past is genuinely interesting, as we watch the Core 3 attempt to salvage Monarch from being shut down before it can even get started proper. Keiko gets another bit of casual racism thrown her way, and I appreciate this added detail. This is after World War II, after all, and Americans, especially military men, would absolutely be suspicious and discriminatory to her. And it's handled very well. It's subtle and not over the top at all. It just sort of happens, and Keiko just has to deal with it, while Bill understandably is the one who reacts without thought to defend her. And Bill and Keiko really are the emotional focus of this episode. We finally see what brought them together, which is Hiroshi. This reveal works both on a character and thematic level. In a series steeped in secrets and conspiracies, it is the truth that connects Bill and Keiko on a spiritual level, as opposed to a more physical level like it was between her and Lee. It also deepens our understanding of Keiko herself, why she chose Bill over Lee, and pulls back the curtain a bit on Hiroshi, who is the series' most mysterious character so far. The past plotline also ends on a high note, with Lee wrestling back control of Monarch by showcasing his ability to play the game of backhanded politics with Puckett a bit. Smart characters are likable characters, and it's been fun seeing Lee develop into the more sure-handed, confident man we see in the present. Speaking of smart characters being likable, Kate starts to come into her own in this episode as well. She is finally embracing her family legacy by fully cooperating with Monarch, making decisions and calling some shots, which instantly makes her a more engaging character. Lee sees this in her, which is why he insists on talking to her, which is a great conversation, by the way. He mentions that by looking into Godzilla's eye, that she now has to understand that he is not just a mindless force of nature, and that he is the one keeping humanity and the Titans separate. I always like it when characters talk about Godzilla, really think about his motivation and her relationship with him. So I enjoyed this whole scene. especially because, again, it's just entertaining watching Kurt Russell perform. Overall, though, what makes this episode good is that there is finally a sense of paying off all the plot threads that were seeded at the beginning. We're obviously not fully there yet, as there are still 2 episodes left, but the overall picture of the season is fast becoming apparent, and seeing it all come together and wondering how it's exactly going to do so is keeping me engaged, and I'm invested in enough of the characters and the mystery they're following that I genuinely want to continue watching to the next episode. So for all my issues with the series so far, I cannot deny that it's doing a pretty good job of methodically setting things up and paying them off. And this episode demonstrates this. It has a great sense of momentum, and it's capped off with a cliffhanger that leaves you genuinely wondering what happens next.
Yep. Okay. So, yeah. So I did kind of mention earlier that they fall through the Hollow Earth portal, which
Mhm.
and they survive, which contradicts what GVK establishes the
So
whole.
the only explanation I get for that is that the portals to Access Mundi work differently. And that I think is the only reason why we have Access Mundi in the first place, which is like a complete contradiction of logic because it's like, oh, we forgot that portals don't work that way. Yeah, okay, make something up, okay, and then they just throw like the name Access Mundi there, and they say it's a different place where time
Yeah,
works differently.
it's in between. It's in an in between zone, and
Here
time
under
works differently. Yeah, time works differently. It's like interstellar logic, relativity, man.
yeah,
Crazy.
yeah, it's like at this point, like I get that he might have been intrigued. Um, I wasn't. I was like, okay, it was in a sense like, okay, what the hell are they going to the next? But it's with a different attitude than the one he had. Clearly, yeah, yeah. Even to this day, like, are we ever going to see Access Mundi in the movies? Probably not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think. I think it's better that they just never touch it. That the movies never acknowledge them,
Yeah,
acknowledge Access Monday, because like it just fucks everything up. The continuity. It's just like, what are even the
fun
rules of these portals anymore? Like,
Funny enough, I'm saying that, and for Supernova and Space Godzilla to be a thing, it would actually make more sense to have something like Access Mundi somewhere there than the Hollow Earth,
oh
you
boy.
know. But I still think that it will be a bad idea. Like
Oh boy.
that's bait. That's bait. You think about those two things and you go like, hey, that could work, but no, that's bait. It can't work. It just
It
it
didn't work in Monarch Legacy Monsters. Like you think you think Supernova's gonna like somehow redeem it by just having people like, hey, not Mechagodzilla, Space Godzilla can come from there. Like, no,
and you know
motherfucker. What's
what?
the point of? Because here's the question: what would be the point of Space Godzilla being Space Godzilla if he comes from a place that is in Earth?
That's the thing. You could say that it's actually not Earth. It's like a different universe, because you go through a wormhole to go to Hollow Earth. So actually Hollow Earth itself is not really on Earth. And then you can, like just break the fact that, Godzilla made a tunnel that went straight to China, which means that physically it is on Earth. But these movies don't mean anything anymore when it comes to logic. So you could actually say that, right? Because then how do you explain all those 2001 Space Odyssey colors when they go to Hollow Earth? To be fair, like, how do you explain that? It makes no sense. Wingard just thought that it looked cool and he had no logical thought behind those empty, devoided of life eyes. And he was like, I want to rip off 2001 Space Odyssey. I need to do
Yeah,
it.
it especially doesn't make sense when you consider like what Kong Skull and King of the Monsters sort of established about how the Hollow Earth tunnels or even just the Hollow Earth in general sort of work or
Yeah,
meant to
exactly.
work.
Yeah.
Like King of
What
the
do you feel
Monsters
of
just
those
had
vibes?
it like they could have just like if it was kind of more thought out, they could have just had it be like the tunnel, like you have like the caverns and the tunnels that the Skullcrawlers sort of like go through, and the little vortexes that Godzilla uses to get to like get from place to place pretty quickly. Like those are like they kind of like run parallel to the whole, like they can lead you to the whole Earth, but they're all like sort of interconnected to each other in some
Yeah,
way.
exactly, like a cave system, like what they implied in Kong Skull Island in the first place. Yeah, and in
Exactly.
King of the Monsters, instead of actually saying it's like a magic portal. You know, you go there and there's like a lion and a witch and a wardrobe somewhere. It's just so dumb.
Yeah, I mean, like King of the Monsters, even then, like what GVK, GXK pretty much established as far as how Earth portals are supposed to work, they contradict King of the Monsters as well. Because
Yeah.
like with Kong Skull Island, like it's not like that they say that there's a It's not like Kong Skull Island like establishes that there's a portal system that leads to the Hollow Earth or anything like that. They just talk about how there's a like the ground is like hollow, like there's
Yeah,
caverns that are
exactly.
hollow.
But if it's hollow, you would assume that, okay, so there's something down there, right? But it's not like through a cosmic fucking bullshit thing. You would assume that, okay, there's like a cave system, maybe, you have like these pockets of air in the Earth's crust, and then maybe you have extra tunnels, stuff like that.
Yeah,
No
yeah.
one ever would no one would have assumed, yeah, no, there's like a bunch of colors like in Interstellar.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, because like with King of the Monsters, like when the submarine like goes into like through the tunnel system to Godzilla's lair, it doesn't have that cosmic sort of stuff. If anything, it's kind of like this weird underwater vortex type of thing
And
going on.
by the way, those actually exist, and a lot of people die because of those.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know if but yeah,
yeah,
you can be swimming and suddenly you're dragged by one of those, and like in 5 seconds, you're so deep that everything around you is black, and you don't know if you're swimming upwards, downwards to the side. So a lot of people just drown. It's fucking
yeah.
horrifying.
Yeah, this is just kind of a like what the submarine goes through in Cottom is sort of like an extension of that in a way.
Yeah,
In it like in the fact that like and that just sort of explains why the submarine systems are all fucked up and why they had to like manually detonate the nuke on Godzilla's face as opposed to launching launching a nuke at him from a
yeah.
distance.
Yeah, and then when they go out, it explains why they are not irradiated, right? Because they actually went like a huge distance. So
Yeah.
it's not like they necessarily like. Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense that if the explosion propelled them, that there could be radiation around. So maybe you shouldn't, leave the submarine. But like it's not that bad as it would be if they were just like right outside of the temple, but like really far up.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
even then, I think that the pressure of the water would keep the radiation down. I think I'm not sure.
maybe. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, don't quote me on that. But yeah, suffice to say, that kind of turbulence would mess up the systems to the point where they would have to send somebody out to detonate the nuke manually.
Yeah,
And they have, and of course, it's like the world the world and humanity is kind of at stake in that movie, anyways. So it's got to be done. Somebody's got to do it.
yeah,
Um, now, of course, it's a whole debate about like would Sarazawa have been allowed to be the one to do it as opposed to any of like the submarine personnel there. I mean that's a different discussion entirely, but
hmm
um,
but yeah, there's nothing that breaks everything so bad as this. So when I was watching this episode, I think that's when I was, I officially decided at that point that just give me some cake because she's hot. So like, I'm willing to watch the last episode, but that's kind of it, right? Like
yeah,
I was just kind of turned out of the story,
yeah.
and then also they kill. I think it's in this episode where they kill the Frostbark.
At the end of episode 7, like Shaw like blows up the portal, detonates, and blows up like one of those like portals there, and that implies to have killed the Frostbark there. So episode
Okay.
8, the Mark is already dead. So
Okay, okay. So I just forgot it was on previous one. Yeah, like the first part just got like fucking deleted. Wait, what's going on? Okay, yeah, it got deleted for no reason. Like honestly, they just killed him for fun at that point. So yeah,
yeah, yeah, he was just there. He was at the wrong place at the wrong time.
nothing
Yeah,
personal, kid.
just business. Yeah, I guess one last thing before we move on to episode 9, like the big creature, bug creature that suddenly pops up in the portal at the end of episode 8 to give our protagonist trouble. Like, yeah, the fact that it just sort of comes up out of nowhere like that is sort of like
Yeah,
okay.
honestly, I was like, they're dead, right? If they didn't die because of the portal, they died because of the fall, or they died because they're being eaten by bugs. But I just find it weird that this show has bugs and they never do anything. They just like I guess they think we're too skinny. Like I don't know.
Like Keiko gets overwhelmed by a swarm of those baby bugs in at the end of episode 1, and that sort of like implies like it was just like, oh, is she dead or what happened to her?
If
Um,
anything, yeah, that should be like the worst kind of death. Like that should be fucking traumatizing. But it's like no, 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 no. Not in the MonsterVerse. Bugs don't eat people.
yeah, for
They eat
some reason
people.
she's able to survive. Yeah, for some reason she survives that, as we find out in episode 9, which we are gonna get into pretty much right now, I suppose.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, let's do it. Episode 9.
In 1962, Bill and Lee prepare for Operation Hourglass, the first expedition into the world of the Titans. Lee gives Hiroshi his pocket knife, promising to return. So of course the mission goes wrong, and contact is lost. Bill assumes Lee is dead, leaving him to raise Hiroshi alone. With the mission having failed, Monarch loses its funding, and Puckett tells Bill to let it go and focus on raising Hiroshi. Decades later, in 1982, Lee suddenly reappears, unchanged in age. Monarch confines him, and Hiroshi, now grown, confirms Bill Randa is dead and struggles with the pain of Lee's return after mourning him for 20 years. He refuses to reopen Monarch's work, calling it a cursed legacy. Lee is moved to a retirement facility where he is sedated with medication for decades, until Godzilla's emergence in 2014 reignites his purpose.
Hiroshi doing that to essentially like his like second father figure. That's
Yeah, that to me was like, hey, like this show
everyone's supposed
doesn't.
to feel sorry for you
Yeah,
later on.
like
Oh
the show really doesn't want you to like him. It feels like it's just like all the character work in this show is all. And by the way, again, this is a great story. I really liked it. I think that it's really well done. It doesn't fit in the MonsterVerse. Why did you do this?
oh yeah, what a great story.
Oh no, I was saying that the whole thing with Lee, and then it's revealed, that he, the reason why he's alive still and he's so old is because of the time thing. I think that's actually like really great writing. The problem is that you did it in the MonsterVerse. It
Right.
doesn't
Yeah.
fit here. It
Yeah.
makes no sense here. So it's this weird thing. Like they do really great things, but everything that they do that's actually great, it shouldn't even exist. It's
Yeah.
an abomination.
Black Rudy said it's hot garbage. Oh yeah. Black Rudy's in the chat. He said he watched season 2. Well, episode 1 of season 2.
Oh,
Apparently it's hot garbage.
yeah, yeah, dude. As I said, I'm not watching it. I forgot that it was today.
That's kind of why I'm doing the stream, because season 2 premiered. Just be like,
You know
hey
what the
guys.
worst part about this show that I'm just going to like at some point I'm going to not watch it. I'm going to just go on YouTube and watch a kaiju compilation scenes, and that's it. That's it. That's all I need. I don't really care about the characters.
Yeah, so you could just wait and see. So you'll just like wait and see like if that whole whatever the fuck Titan X like is actually worth the hype or something, even just out of context.
It won't be, by the way. Also, first of all, it's not only not going to be worth the hype, even if it was, that breaks the lore because then people should know about it by 2019. So it's literally not allowed to be a cool monster. And yeah, no, I'm just going to watch the action. Hopefully, the fights are kind of good. Hopefully.
Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, like I can't but think that season 1 of Monarch Law was like an appetizer, of, like the mess of continuity that we would expect in season 2.
Yeah.
Hiroshi's answer to the same question Katara asked in season 2. Oh, okay. Let me pull it up here actually. Hiroshi's answer to the same question Katara asked in season 2 and gave Kate the same vague, non-committal answer until she pressed further, and his response was, "I don't choose who I love," which is
I'm
bullshit.
pretty like that, you know?
Oh yeah, he messed up the comment. The answer he was asked was the same. So yeah, like the oh yeah, so basically Hiroshi just gave Kate the same answer he gives Ken in episode 9 of season 1. Great. Wow. Okay.
Then why do they ask it twice?
He has like this emotional breakdown in episode 9 after giving that answer to Ken in season 1. So he just like goes through so he just like does it again with Kate in season 2. Like so he had dementia like between the 2 years.
And the thing is, like, it's okay if he wants to answer that, but then she should like press deeper and say like, and does that justify you like lying to one other person, right? Like, but
Like
of course she cannot do that because then she will be a hypocrite. So why do that? So
like unless she just like acknowledges like, look, Dad, I fucked up too because I was fucked in the head because you were fucked in the head. Oh,
my girl, I'm so
okay.
proud.
Okay. He says, I will give credit. Kate did press. The answer was just worse. Oh. So Kate does press him, and it's just. Yeah, so Kate does press him, but the answer is still, like, bullshit. It still
Yeah,
sucks.
that's still part of the bad writing, though. Then, like, imagine starting your first episode of the second season after like a couple of years, and he answers the same fucking thing. Like, dude. Okay, but maybe we shouldn't deviate so much going into season 2 yet.
Yeah, well, yeah, we won't. Yeah, we won't. We'll save that conversation when we watch season see have the whole. I'm pretty much waiting until the whole season comes out, then I'll watch it. The only good part was Keiko and Lee. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, I kind of figured that.
Yeah, the only thing that carried me through season 1 was Keiko.
Yeah, true. Oh, by the way, like when here's the thing, like earlier in this season 1 video, up in the depths pretty much praised Anna Sawai in episode 1. Do you want to know what the particular praise he gave to her was?
Who was that person even? I don't even remember.
Anna Sawai was the actress who plays Kate.
Oh, okay. What did he praise?
She was hot.
My man, he has priorities just like me. I mean, yeah, like I mean, I wouldn't give her praise. Like I make those comments, but if I was like on a YouTube video, I would say it in a jokey way. I don't think he said it like seriously, right?
No,
He was
no, he wasn't being serious. No, it wasn't like that serious. But it's just kind of weird to say that, like to just like praise like Anna Sawai in particular about that, as opposed for that, as opposed to
yeah.
just her acting, which
Because he's way more like analytical, so I wouldn't have expected it from him. But Yeah, no, that's a man of culture right there.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
true.
everything no, I cannot disagree on everything he says, right? Like he's
No,
right.
yeah,
Yeah, but honestly, like praising her and not Keiko is like, come on, dude, what? Come on, you are that close to having like the best opinion ever. Like I think Keiko's way hotter, by the way. But anyway, yeah, never mind.
yeah. Black really rewatched episode 1 of season 1, and it breaks continuity more than he thought. Not just with the Golden Gate Bridge scene, but also with Randa, John Goodman. Like the mother Longlegs that chases him was killed by Packard's men in Kong Skull Island.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, no. I think everyone was noticing that. Like, at which point in Kong Skull Island is this even supposed to be happening? Yeah, no, no. Like
Yeah,
the whole show from
why
the
would
very
he
beginning.
yeah, it's like why would he let himself be separated from Packard's men through that, like when would that, like when did this happen before or after the whole thing with Mother Longlegs? Like it had to have been after, right? Because
You
like
know what
let's
would be funny? If they say no, actually that happened after the Skullcrawler ate him.
like he's like I'm okay, guys.
Yeah, and then he hears them and he's like, "Guys, I'm here. I'm going. I'm going." He's just left on the island for no reason. He was fine. He was fine.
Yeah. Oh God.
Yeah, but also like the fact that he's so close to the shore, and it's like they weren't that close to the shore, right? Like in the story, like in KSI, they were like mainland island, right?
Yeah.
Or at least I never got that impression from the movie. So like I think that's also like a huge fucking deal, a big problem.
Yeah, like why would why would like Randa would stay with Packard's men no matter what because they're trying to get to a rendezvous point, to get extracted from the island. So like the fact that Randa would just do that, would just throw that case, would just go out of his way to have his case like there, like he would have had some escort with them, and that's assuming that they would even let him do it in the first place.
See, maybe look, maybe he cannot do it if someone's hearing him.
Exactly. It would also take
Maybe
a safety.
hemorrhoids or something like that. Like you never know. Maybe
Yeah.
give a mom his privacy.
Yeah, like I mean, the thing is, like, even if I want to like lend some benefit of the doubt that maybe like the mother Longlegs that was chasing him in the beginning of the show, maybe like a different maybe like a different member of the same species, like not the same spider, but another one of those. Like even if I want to lend that kind of benefit of the doubt, like this event still should not have happened. Like
Like they will totally mention it in the movies. Like, dude, I cannot believe you're so fat and you outrun one of those spiders. Like, someone would be joking about it, right? Like, oh, I
John
thought you
Goodman,
never
just
tried.
John Goodman's like Tom Cruise all of a sudden.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and these soldiers make jokes like that all the time. I just imagine someone saying at some point, no, no, actually, never mind. We know that it's bullshit. Clearly, if this had happened, the movie would actually say we don't even need to make examples of how you could do it better. It's just like there was absolutely no effort. There's nothing left to say. Actually, never
yeah,
mind.
yeah. This is like the foundation of how this show is meant to start in the first place. Because of that briefcase, it's fucked. Like like beyond belief already. Like from a continuity, especially as being a part of the Monster versus continuity. Like it's just busted.
Yeah.
Like from episode 1, the continuity is fucked. But here's the thing: when Up in the Depths even acknowledges this, but he's like, you know what? I don't care. Let me backtrack to it real quick before. I'll just all right. Let me make sure I had the timestamp of where we initially stopped. So, okay, 36:25. All right, I'm gonna try to find this particular timestamp. You're gonna love it. Right. This is like from early in the video because obviously it's episode 1. Let me find it. Here we go. Okay, here we go. All right, here it is.
Mysterious briefcase into the sea, an act that becomes the catalyst for this
All
whole
right.
show. Okay, I know I'm not the first to point out how this whole sequence contradicts what happened in Kong Skull Island. At no point did Randa have time to run off and have his little encounter here, and the mother Longlegs dies by a bullet to the head by Samuel L. Jackson. But you know what? I don't care. Between the films, this show, and all the various supplementary materials over the years, the Monsterverse has like 5 contradicting continuities at this point. And if the storytellers themselves aren't gonna bother keeping it all straight, I'm not either. Still,
Yeah. Did you catch that?
Yeah. So basically, what he's saying is, I don't value my time, so I'm just going to eat
retirement
this
is
crayon written bullshit. Fine, by the way, like I think that look, in a sense, I get it. It's almost like a choose your own adventure. You can just like make shit up in your head because if they don't care, you can maybe try to make it work. But the thing is, if you're going to like comment on it, I think it's like valid for you to personally not care about it, but it's like a big flaw to ignore. Like it's not like a minor thing. It's like a big fucking
It's a
problem.
thing that starts the whole show.
Scene one of episode one, second one, you're already like, it's so over, dude.
Yeah, he is the thing. You remember in his GXK video where he talked about how the plot was kind of half baked, that the plot GXK was pretty bad. Well, he puts it as half baked, but we'll just like say it's kind of shit. um, but he watched Godzilla do zero gravity tisms, and he didn't care, about the flaws beyond that after because of that.
Yeah, and you know what? That also would be fine if it wasn't for him then trying to what's the word, overvalue like random bullshit or over intellectualize stuff, like for example Zuko, s- his character being like, oh, this is like them talking about child abuse. Oh, it's so deep. Ah, so thoughtful, intellectual.
Yeah.
Like don't do that shit if you yourself then are going to like devalue it by saying, yeah, no, this is fucking stupid and I'm just like whatever.
I'm
Because
here
it's
for the fun. I'm here to be transported to a world of monsters where nobody dies, even though the whole city gets destroyed, not
yeah,
evacuated at all.
and not only that, it's just like you're technically defending this type of writing if you just say okay whatever, right, as a critic.
Yeah,
It's
like
when you go home, you just want to watch the show, it's like a comfort thing. I don't judge people for it. It's just like, why are you pretending like it's better than it is? And here
exactly.
with this show, if you just say that on the first episode, it's like, I get it, because how are you going to criticize the rest of the show if you just drop it on the first one because it makes no sense, right?
Yeah,
Like I understand it,
yeah,
and he's supposed to make videos about it, so it's okay, right? Like he has to watch it. He's going to watch season two. Thankfully, I would say that I'm grateful that I'm not in that position where people expect me to review the things, because that means that I can say this shit isn't worth my time. I deserve better, and I can like refuse to watch it, right? But he cannot really do it. So in a way, I guess that I understand, that you're like, okay, this is what I'm dealing with. Okay, yeah, whatever. Let's roll with it. I need to make a video. People are going to ask me what I think about it. So I had to do it anyway. So yeah, like, and if you just so happen to get some enjoyment out of it while you're like s- strapped to the chair, because your viewers demand a sacrifice, okay, like even better, right? I'm glad that he can like at least get some good stuff from it.
yeah. It's like if you felt like the show gave you a hand job while it's pretty much like has your eyes lids just like peeled open, force you to watch it, then then okay.
Yeah, at least you got something out of it. So like I don't have like a problem with that. It's just like at least he's not doing here the things he did with GXK. Like that over intellectualizing of stuff. That
Yeah.
makes it sound like very pedantic too.
Yeah, it's like you can't pretend to have these like intellectual sort of takes on these kaiju media, and then at the same time just like and try to like defend something like GXK as from that angle. But then in that same video, like you write down that you just don't care don't care about the flaws in it because you're just having so much fun with it. It's like you can't have your cake and eat it too in that case. Like it's
To be
just that
fair, I will say that I never understood that saying because it's like if you're going to bake a cake, why the fuck wouldn't you eat it? Like are you going to stare at it? So like the saying itself, I never really understood it. But yeah, I think I get what you're saying. Yeah, no, that's true. You cannot have. Oh,
you
oh,
cannot have both.
both.
Well, to put it in Blackarooni's terms. Um. Anyways, yeah. Back to episode 9.
His purpose. In 2015, Kentaro awakes in a Tokyo hospital, where he reunites with his mother and is told by Tim and Verdugo that Kate, May, and Lee all died. He returns home in grief,
Right.
and when Hiroshi finally returns, he confronts his father for abandoning his family and reveals to him that Kate is dead, shattering him. But in reality, Lee and May have actually landed in Axis Mundi, a place of electrical storms and
boy.
strange creatures. Lee, who has been here before, protects May and insists Kate survive the fall. They begin searching for her, while Lee recounts his original mission, the crash, a Muto attack, and the deaths of his team before he was mysteriously thrown back to the surface. Meanwhile, Kate awakens alone, nearly killed by a bizarre creature, until an arrow saves her. She turns to see Keiko Randa, miraculously still alive. The season continues its upward trajectory in the home stretch with this episode, which is fantastic for its ability to balance spectacle with satisfying revelations and genuinely compelling drama. The opening scene alone is a great example of this, kicking things off with some strong drama between Bill, Lee, and a young Hiroshi, and seeing a glimpse of their dynamic with one another post Keiko's death is pretty fascinating. Lee is clearly an important person to Hiroshi at this point, as symbolized by the knife he leaves him before committing Operation Hourglass, which is presented as a reverse NASA of sorts, exploring a new realm below instead of above. Of course it goes horribly wrong, and now Bill thinks he's lost Lee too, leaving him alone to raise Hiroshi by himself. This makes Bill Randa a really tragic character, especially considering how bad he gets off in Calm Skull Island. This parallels very nicely
The
with
thing is,
Kentaro.
like, I do want to say Bill Randa to me didn't even feel like the same fucking character.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I can't help but just sort of think like, how it's like, wow, he must have aged really badly in like 10 years. Like, how
I
the
don't
fuck did that
not
happen?
even physically, like his personality, right? Like he had like a level of confidence in Skull Island that he never shows in this show,
Yeah,
and he's not even like nerdy enough, right? Because
yeah,
it's like okay, maybe he's confident in KSI because he's king of the nerds, right? Like
yeah,
he's king of Monarch, right? In a way, so that boosts his ego or something like that. But he's also someone that's not really taken seriously by anyone, and it's
yeah,
not in the same way as in this show. So this show literally feels like a comic version of a character that is in the movies. It's literally the same problem, where
yeah,
it feels like cheap continuity is clearly not written by the same person. There's zero attempts at actually doing it. It's just like whatever this person interpreted of the character in KSI is what they wrote, and I just never thought that it worked. And it made him a cock. He's an emotional. So in a way, you just ruined the character because now he's an emotional cock.
Oh man, it's funny. Like Randa in the Monarch series, compared to how he is in Color Skull, it's like it reminds me of when from X-Men Apocalypse to Dark Phoenix, like we're supposed to buy that James McAvoy and Michael Fassbender eventually would become Ian McKellen, Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen, as they appeared in X-Men 1 in 2000. Like it's like, okay, so they're suddenly just gonna age really badly in like 10 years. Like, okay.
Yeah, yeah. Like the physical, like the casting could have been better, but also like I just think that the writing is the worst problem because if you have the person act the same, it will actually be more believable. But they don't even act the same. So that added to, like an actor that doesn't even look like the actor from KSI is just like a complete yet another flaw for this show that makes me unable to, like relate to it.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I mean, Black Rory actually said it right in the chat. Like Randa, like before he pretty much saw that monsters exist, like yeah, like as he established in Kong Skull Island, he was like on a ship and he saw like a monster that was like tearing up the ship, like, and he's like afraid of them. But we never really get anything like that in Monarch. He's not like just sort of like if we don't study these things and figure them out and sort of prepare, like then these things will take our world back from us.
Yeah, exactly. Because the only thing that you could say maybe like traumatized him was when his Keiko dies, right? But it's
Yeah,
like those are not even like giant fucking creatures. Those are like little bugs. If you
yeah,
even saw that those are like Muto related, but first of all, that would make no sense, right? Because then it's like okay, now you have like a bunch of Mutos around, right? And we're supposed to believe that these two were the last ones in 2014, and then maybe you have like one more in King of the Monsters, which also in its own right it doesn't really make much sense. But anyway, um
yeah.
it's not even like he sees something that's so horrible, right? You will have wondered if he met Ghidorah at some point or something, by the way he describes these things. And I know he didn't. He only sees Godzilla, who literally is just chilling. He just like goes all over the place, like being like a little wobbly guy just swimming around. And then the Eon Dragon. But yeah, as Lacrone said, if he was traumatized by the Eon Dragon to the point where he's like, these things are going to kill us all, he should be acting like that in this show too. And he's not. So
Yeah,
what did he see that changed him so much? Nothing.
yeah. If
Apparently nothing.
anything, yeah. If anything, he probably would have been the one to try to stop Keiko, from trying to stop Keiko from trying to prevent the detonation of the nuke on Godzilla.
Yeah. Yeah. It just, again, it's not the same character. It's just a bastardization uh, of what we saw in Kong Skull Island. And by the way, like I'm moving soon. Like it turns out that I'm moving by the end of the month. Like I'm changing countries, and I was debating whether I wanted to take the novelization with me because it's so good, right? Like in the novelization, Randa just gets so much more development, and again, not even that much is what we see here. And I understand the novelizations are not official. I mean, they are official in the sense that like they're trademarked and all of that, but they are not supposed to be taken as the canon of
Right.
the universe. But even then, it's like you had so much potential right there. It's like, and they couldn't even read that. Like they couldn't be bothered to read some of the novelizations. They couldn't be bothered to watch the fucking movies. Apparently, what? Why should I care about what these
Maybe
people
they
are?
do, like I'm starting to like wonder like if they do like question like well they probably would have to win because like wouldn't like the fact that like the whole reference to Sandra Brody being Duvall's sister who died in Janjiro, like that would just seem like
To
something
be
like you would
You
have
could
to
do it
watch the
from
movies.
Wikipedia, right? Like you could search names in Wikipedia. You just write the synopsis. You just read the synopsis of the movie, and you say this one is going to be the sister of someone that died. This one, okay, this one died in the movie. We don't know who it is, but her name is no 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 Brody. Okay, so you are Brody's sister, and you hate everything, and now you're going to help Lee. Kind of like how Michael Bay just takes names for Transformers and he just like sticks it into like a complete random pile of trash. I think that's what they do.
Oh
Honestly,
yeah,
like,
yeah, like he just like makes like a Decepticon that is like that literally just like is an asset swap for long haul, but with extra stuff put on him, and they just like call him Onslaught, just so he could just die like in like 5 minutes later.
yeah, exactly. So I think that's kind of what they do here. Honestly, like it wouldn't surprise me because of everything we see. I don't expect anything more than that.
Yeah. much like Up for the Depths doesn't seem to expect any more than that, but he's like okay, but he's like so like you know what that's good that you do that. I like it as long as I'm having fun. That's all that matters.
Yeah, and the thing is, as I said, it's fine if you're having fun, but like you need to ask yourself, would you have the same amount of fun if you were watching a YouTube compilation of the kaiju stuff and stuff like that? And I think that with shows like this, it's like, yeah,
Would
you
you have
would.
just as much fun? Would you have more fun if the show was more consistent with the rest of the films?
Yeah, wouldn't you have more fun if you actually weren't literally like gaslighting your brain from pretending like something didn't happen in the movies or stuff like that? Like, wouldn't that literally distracting you from the show being badly written?
Yeah, like what? Yeah, like wouldn't you have more fun if the writing was better? Wouldn't you? It's like I guess like in the words of someone like I guess I think it was Rags, from EFAP. Like, why not be consistent?
Yeah, exactly. Like remember I once came up with like a synopsis for what Monarch could have been. Like how I would have done like a season one, and it was more related to 2014. So I stopped that because after we talked about the show, I realized that why would I even put the care and time of doing like a fanfic thing if the people who are literally getting paid to do these things they do not give a flying fuck, right? Like I realized I had like a fucking clown nose at that point, and I had to wipe the paint off my face. It literally punishes you for caring about the IP when they do stuff like this.
Yeah, yeah. It's a shame. It's just kind of a shame. Anyways,
Who thinks Kate and May are dead after succumbing to the same fate. And because we have been following him for the past 8 episodes, his angst here is effective and feels earned. His confrontation with his father, in particular, is a really good dramatic scene, as everything regarding his feelings toward him and his sister comes crashing down.
he wants to read the comments.
I don't think that the scene is as good as it could be, but I do think that there's nothing wrong with it now. The fact that Black is saying that in season two they do the same thing, that kind of ruins it. Retroactively, kind of ruins it.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
this
Yeah, these movies punish you for using your brain and reward you for not using your brain. And Up in the Depths learned this and only selectively chooses to use his brain depending on how much brain power isn't abused. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of just seemed. Yeah, it really just kind of. It's funny, like he would use like he would just be much more critical of something that has of something like Godzilla Raids Again. Like like he gave that movie like 1 star out of 5, like from his like initial run of reviews. Like be critical of that movie when that movie like doesn't even have anywhere near the amount of issues as something like GXK, from a writing standpoint, which GXK goes like not only does he give like a 4 out of 5 in an initial review, but he does like a whole essay vid on how it's not as bad as on how it's actually quite good, even though it's like yeah, and the ones above. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Randa was a sarcastic guy before he realized monsters exist. And this also breaks continuity with Monarch because he already sees monsters. I don't remember if it's in season 1 or 2, but he sees the monsters. So if the confidence is lost and it's replaced with fear, like in Kong Skull Island, then you would think that he would stay that way all the way until 1973. But no. Remember when Monarch was tasked to study Titans before exterminating them? He tells Packard to help them escape to bring in the cavalry. Randa in Monarch Law is the golden retriever character you're meant to attach yourself to when the love triangle becomes more intense, so that the audience feels bad when Keiko leaves him for Lee. It's so artificial. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, like he's like very just kind of a contradictory character portrayal for what we get in the movies. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. Just kind of like it basically just kind of goes back to the whole thing of like if this show was like more consistent, then like would Up in the Depths like have enjoyed it more. We would have to assume that he would, but like for some reason he just enjoys it despite regardless of whether or not anything contradicts anything or not. Like it's yeah,
I mean, as I said, like, I don't think he needs a reason to enjoy it. If he just does it, and he cannot really, he doesn't choose who he enjoys. Like to have his like little random moment. Um, I think that's fine. It's just that when you're criticizing, you're supposed to, try to rise above those like innate uh, preferences you have. Like,
yeah,
for example, I can say that I like Velocipastor, right? I have fun watching that movie, but if I'm going to criticize it, like I need to be honest with people, and I need to let them say it. So this is one of those movies that are trying on purpose to be so bad that they're good, and I need to try and criticize it in that way, right? To explain stuff like I cannot just say it's so funny and then he does this, and like you need to try a little bit harder, and even then I think that's an example that's a little bit, it doesn't really apply because, as I said, that's a movie that's literally trying to be so bad that it becomes fun.
yeah,
This is not that, like, this is trying to do something, probably just get a paycheck for the writers, but like they're not supposed to be, like a parody thing, right? So you need to criticize it accordingly. But yeah, no, again, if he likes it, he likes it. Like, I'm not gonna
yeah,
go with a torch, to his house and demand that he doesn't like it. Like, if he feels that way when he watches it, there's nothing I can do about it. Like, I don't mind.
yeah. Whatever. Yeah, if yeah, I mean like. Yeah, yeah. I guess yeah. Blackbird is kind of like saying like I don't choose what I love. It's a choice. Is what he's saying. Like I chose to stop liking GVK when I found out about the problems because I don't want more movies like that. It's a choice.
Yeah, no, it depends. Because so you liked it initially. Like, I mean, that would imply that you liked it at first. I chose to stop liking GVK, right? And it's like, yeah, you can choose to stop supporting it, but you liked it at one point, and maybe you can change that.
Yeah,
But
like
you
yeah, like
realize through your criticisms that you are unable to like it anymore. That's
yeah,
also something that you cannot control. There will be people who are able to see the criticisms that are like objective and still retain a level of love or enjoyment for the thing. And
yeah.
then people that when they
Someone can
criticize
be
it, yeah,
someone can pretty much acknowledge that like let's just say for example like someone could still like Star Wars The Force Awakens as like an example, like they still enjoy, like they still have like maybe have like some nostalgia for when they like first saw it, but over the years they pretty much like have kind of like heard some of the criticisms and they watch the film again themselves and they're like okay, it's like yeah, I mean I still enjoy it, but holy mother, but yeah, there's a yeah, no, a lot of the criticisms for the writing in that movie, they're totally valid. And yeah, I pretty much wouldn't really want to support, want to like have more movies like this get made if Star Wars stuff in the future were to improve quality wise.
yeah, exactly. Like, there's people who can see those things and they will naturally, without being able to control it, just like stop liking the thing. Like, for example, I guess that Black Rooney is one of those types. The same thing happens to me. Like 99% of times, if I see like a lot of problems, I will eventually stop liking the thing. But I assume that, since everyone's different, probably there's some people that can see those criticisms and still enjoy it.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe the reason why Up From the Depths is so defensive of, these movies by, over intellectualizing aspects of them is because he knows that he would stop liking these movies maybe if he actually addresses the criticism, and maybe what he's trying to do is uh, delay or deny that effect, right? Like the falling out of love with something because you start seeing the flaws. Maybe because he knows that once he does it, he will actually stop enjoying it. Maybe, I don't know, but like I do think that there's people that can see the criticisms with something and not like actively start hating it. I don't think that's so impossible, right? Like if there's people like me and Black, there has to be people on the opposite side. And I don't think that it's just like a matter of, oh, but we're smart and they're stupid. I think that it's like it's a show. In the end, it's just like a show, right? Like it's not going to kill anyone. Like maybe the person, yeah, has like a very low standard ceiling or
Yeah,
floor or
yeah,
stuff like this, but like,
yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
Everyone's
They have
like,
like, yeah, like up for the depths may have like a low standard he enjoys and what have you, or what he would get out of a piece of media, even though which is kind of strange because of the fact that because he's like he pretty much has made a career of like sort of talking about like the importance within a piece of kaiju media or
yeah,
the depth in a
I,
kaiju media.
yeah, that's when it starts getting hypocritical. That's when I feel like me, Black, and you, we have the right to criticize it because it's like you're trying to be this um highlight, right, in the kaiju community, trying to see the value in these things. And then you go and you say what you say about the GXK, and it's like now I cannot really value your opinions on anything else because you clearly don't. Like, if you say that, for example, the smog monster, right, for example,
Yeah.
is like this very meaningful piece of media. It's like, okay, like I'll hear you out. I'll see what you're saying. Well, by the way, I do think the same. Like, that's one of my favorite Showa movies. But then when you put it, GXK on the same level, but saying, like this is very compelling and emotional, and he always uses the same words. It's like you are, in a way, devaluing the smoke monster by putting something like GXK on a close level, right? Because like those are like super far apart from one another in terms of quality,
Hmm.
right? At least. And so like I think that there's a lot of people that don't realize those things. You can say, okay, this is a 10, this is a 10, but then if you grab something that's like a 4 and you say this is a 10, suddenly 10 doesn't mean much, does it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like you need to separate things, not because you're trying to like segregate art or something like that, but because like there are things that simply are better, and even if you like something that's worse, you don't need to pretend that it's as good as the other thing. You just need to
Hmm.
say, I like it, it's a 4, I'm a raccoon, I like trash. Like you don't need to apologize for it. Like you need to make up excuses or anything like that. You don't need to over intellectualize anything. Like it's fine if you like it. It's just there's what the thing actually is, and then there's how much it means to you. You can separate those things.
Yeah. Yeah, granted, I would say, granted, I kind of personally put Smog Monster and GXK on a similar level, but not because I think either of them are good per se. Really, I think they're both pretty poor, have pretty poor from a writing standpoint.
Yeah,
But I don't
yeah,
want to
no,
linger up.
it's just an example,
I don't want to linger on this too long. Um, yeah, so too long here. So let's try to get back into it. Yeah. Anyways.
Nicely with Kantaro in the present, who thinks Kate and May are dead after succumbing to the same fate. And because we have been following him for the past 8 episodes, his angst here is effective and feels earned. His confrontation with his father, in particular, is a really good dramatic scene, as everything regarding his feelings toward him and his sister comes crashing down. And Hiroshi's actor, Takahiro Hira, does a great job selling his grief at thinking he had inadvertently caused his daughter's death. The other good
That's kind of the thing I really just like not crazy about. It's like about this whole thing, like it's a really good dramatic scene. It like doesn't really go that much into like how meaningful it is from a writing standpoint. It's just mainly going into like he more goes into like how the actors like sort of pull it off, which that's kind of like the thing. Like that's kind of just like okay, it's kind of more like how do I put it, like the frosting on like a cake that's like really bland. It's just like that when you like bite it down, it's like the frosting is really only just is like the only thing that likes adding flavor that's adding any sort of flavor to this cake because the cake itself is just
I
really
I
just
feel like we
nothing.
need more time from the father to really make this scene like great, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, no, we barely spend any time with him, and the little bit we do get of him, like he's very standoffish, very distant from his daughter. Like leaving his family all the time, and he was pretty shitty to put Lee Shaw in like a nursing home, which is a very shitty thing to do. Despite Lee pretty much essentially being like the closest thing to a father figure as he had at this point.
yeah.
And he just he treats him like shit. It's so yeah. There's just not enough time for us to just be like get anything out of like Hiroshi. Like feel like having any sort of repentance, if you will. Um, Finding out that his daughter may have been dead, maybe dead at this point.
Yeah, and that's another thing, right? Because like he's emotionally tainted from that, right? So of course he's gonna try and be like a nice dad now that one of his kids is fucking dead, right? Like you would expect that from a person. So it's not like he's getting like complete sincerity. The moment is like staying by her supposed passing. So it's not even like Kintaro is getting the stuff he deserved as answers from his dad. He's getting that from a person who's also like, oh yeah, and the other kid is dead too, right? So emotionally his attention is probably mostly on Kate than it is on him. So it's not even like it's not even like Kentaro is getting the talk to with his father that he actually deserves.
Yeah,
So yeah.
yeah,
Source of drama in this episode is Lee's journey to Axis Mundi and back, which finally reveals why Lee looks as good as he does despite seemingly being over 90 years old. Turns out there's severe time dilation in the Axis Mundi, which is this sort of world within world sandwiched between the surface world and the Hollow Earth. The looks of it is clearly reminiscent of the Hollow Earth, but different in some notable ways, and the technical execution of it is of course near flawless. Again, this show always looks good no matter what. Lee is understandably traumatized by this revelation, as is Hiroshi, who is forced to open up and confront an old wound. This really is the episode that finally peels back the layers on Hiroshi, as we finally see the trauma that led him to being this.
It peels back on the layers of Hiroshi because Hiroshi's barely even in this.
Like in comparison, of course, it's going to do that when you didn't get anything before, right? Like
Exactly. Barely
I think I
anything.
need something that you could say it's like hammered into the last episode instead of actually being developed. Just like like he mentioned before how the Cora thing felt forced and like it interrupted everything. This is not really interrupting anything, but at the same time, it's really not letting anything flow either. It's in a way like a stop. Like, here's your explanations, take it or leave it, whatever.
Yeah.
Luth mysterious character. Technically, we also see how he met Emiko here as well, which is a nice touch. With the Lee revelation, of course, comes the revelation that Keiko is still alive, and it's an effective reveal, again because it culminates a season's worth of build-up in a way that in hindsight makes perfect sense. It doesn't feel like the writers pulled this out of thin air. The groundwork has been patiently and deliberately built, and in a time where so much of television writing feels like payoff with no escalation preceding it, this should be pointed out and celebrated. So for a ton of narrative payoff and drama that
See, there it goes.
There
There
he
it
is. Yeah, this should be pointed out and celebrated.
Exactly. It's like, dude, it's fine if you like it. Why do you have to suck its ball so much? Like, stop massaging it. Like, just get away from the show. Leave it alone, dude. Like, oh my god.
You're gonna contract something really bad, and we don't want we're just warning you about that for your well being. Okay.
But it's like, really? Are you fucking kidding? This is what we should celebrate? Like, tell me you don't watch anything but kaiju stuff without telling me you don't watch anything but kaiju stuff. It's like, dude, have you watched any other shows at that point? Like, I cannot take this seriously. Like, Midnight Mass, right? Better Call Saul, those like two shows are supposed to be celebrated, right? I
Andor.
Andor,
I
yes, like
mentioned I mentioned Andor as being an example of a show set within a big franchise, a universe that actually, like that actually, that is intended to sort of bolster the continuity of the films.
yeah,
But it's like
exactly.
it does it well. It does it really well.
And if we're just talking about the shows as a whole, right? BoJack Horseman, fuck it, Devilman Crybaby. There's a bunch of stuff from all different genres, right? Like Primal, for fuck's sake. Like,
Yeah.
I'm just saying that this is something that should be celebrated. I understand he's saying it should be celebrated because it doesn't just have a payoff. It also has like the uh, the setup, and it's like this is the only show you can think of that has setup. Really?
That it should be
Really?
celebrated. Like there's setup in every piece of this part. Like you can just say any piece of media has setup in some way, shape, or form. The setup has to be done well though, and the show doesn't do it well. Like this is not like a show just having setup. Period. That's like the bare minimum.
Yeah, and as like I've been stretching this out because I really don't want people to think that I hate this guy just for having different opinions that I do. Like
No,
that,
no.
like if he thinks that this was well set up, okay. But did you have to say that this is what should be celebrated, dude? Like, come on, come the
Yeah,
fuck on, come really? This
yeah.
the first scene of the first episode of the first millisecond of the show, it's completely like bullshit.
Yeah,
We all know.
exactly.
And this is what should be celebrated, like when your whole show is based on nothing. Like it's literally being held by bubblegum and spaghetti. Like, is that
But
what
don't you get it, Lau? Like if the rest of the MonsterVerse, if the MonsterVerse doesn't care about continuity, then I don't care either.
you know what? You're right. Old sack makes new sack suck less. That's how things.
uh,
Uh,
Stop to the death, man! Come on.
like I think that there are really good shows all over the place, and just like really saying that this should be celebrated is a complete and total insult to TV and like audiovisual media as a whole.
Yeah, exactly.
Just call for the Nazis to burn all cinemas and all libraries for films, and just like let's burn everything that's black and white. Like this, let's just burn it all. Let's just keep Marvel and Disney stuff. And at this point, like that's what you're saying. Like, dude, like this is so insulting to audiovisual media as a whole. Holy shit.
You can only praise the bare minimum because Godzilla as a franchise has so little good movies that they suck and suck and so. Oh God. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Uh, yeah. It's like at this point, it just goes to show like you praise like so many things that just only do the bare minimum, and you say like we should praise something for doing the bare minimum. That when you pretty much like criticize something that that when you actually are critical of something, is make me go like yeah, but is it like any more or less? He's like yeah, but like again, it's the whole thing where he pretty much is critical. He's more critical of something like Raids Again as an example than he is about Monarch Legacy of Monsters.
Yeah, it's good to mention
When Raids Again has significantly less problems than something like Monarch Mob or GXK. Yeah, it's from a writing standpoint. It's
Yeah, no, it's in a way it's like the boy who cried wolf. Because if you say that all of these bullshit things are good, right, or that they are great even, or should be celebrated, which is like what the fuck, dude. It's like when you say that something that's actually good should be celebrated, then why should I take you seriously? Why should anyone take you seriously at that point? Your criticism is meaningless if you just do something like this, right? Like again, is it fine that he likes the show? Yeah, yeah. I don't give a shit if he likes it, but does he need to go all the extra mile and say that it should be celebrated? Do you
Yeah,
really need to use words like that if
yeah,
you're editing it? Like
and-
you write the script, you say it, you edit it, then maybe you edit again, right? Sometimes because you're saying stuff multiple times because maybe you didn't like the way your voice sounded here, so you re-recorded stuff like that. Yeah, like you have so many tries, and it's like really, you
yeah.
didn't think that this was a little bit unnecessary, like that you're exaggerating? Do you really believe your own bullshit this much?
Yeah, do you really believe that the show is actually that great? Really, that the setup for the show is actually that well done? Just because they just did it, they just do setup and payoff. Like, do you think that that really is like just enough? Which is like when you pretty much praise something that is actually legitimately good, like Godzilla minus one or the first Pacific Rim, and you praise them for the same, to such a to the same degree as you would for certain aspect for stuff like this show or GXK. Like, like at what point, like then the praise for like those things that are like objectively better, like that's just kind of becomes meaningless. You know, yeah, they only praise the bare minimum because a lot of the movies don't even reach the alpine heights of mediocrity. They are presented with a bar of quality they've never been exposed to. They literally don't have a choice because kaiju is all they fucking watch. This is from Black Already. So so in case you can't tell, like about the whole rotten seed thing, because it's the closest thing to real drink.
Yeah, I
Oh
know. I,
man.
I, I did notice. The worst part is that I'm sure, and I do mean this, like someone can say, no, I think you're completely wrong. I'm sure that if you told up from the depths that he needs to make his own kaiju story, he will actually make something way better than any of this. I'm sure of it. I'm sure that he can do better. So it's so weird when you see people who have the knowledge of better things and then they just decide to actually praise the bad.
Yeah.
It's like probably you have the capacity to do something better than this.
Yeah. Anyways.
This out of thin air. The groundwork has been patiently and deliberately built, and in a time where so much of television writing feels like payoff with no escalation preceding it, this should be pointed out and celebrated. So for a ton of narrative payoff and drama that is firing on all cylinders, this episode is not only great, but the best of the season so far, which is a really good advantage to have heading into the finale. Let's see if it can ride this high to the end.
Wow, the best episode. I mean, do you remember when I pretty much like said like episode 5 was arguably the best because like it's like they were like because the fact that they just like slowed the fuck down and like were trying to sort of try to like give something to the characters,
To,
like they were trying to do like to or at least to mitigate Kate Randa being a shitty person. It's like who actually does feel bad about herself because of the fact that she cheated on her girlfriend.
yeah.
And the last she saw of her, like she like was like during right before the San Francisco stuff, which the girlfriend died from, and she never was able to reconcile with it. Like she's sort of dealing with that shit.
To be fair with you, I do think that the best thing the show ever does is like the closest they lean on 2014. Coincidentally, just so happened to be the most interesting stuff for me.
Yeah,
When they go to San Francisco, when you have like her backstory, all of that, I think is literally the best. I loved it. Sadly, it's in the show.
yeah,
So
yeah. It's in the show, and it's like just few and it's just like kind of too little, too like it's like too. There's just not enough of it in the grand scheme of the whole show. Like if there was like more of it like sprinkled throughout, then we could have then there would have been then hey we would have been all well and good at least on that front. Anyways, we're at episode 10 now. And then after that we just have like a bit of a I guess like concluding thoughts from him.
Keiko and Kate head out, with Keiko assuming she is part of a rescue party. Moments later, May and Lee emerge from the woods, triggering an emotional reunion, where Keiko learns the truth about the decades she's lost, the death of Bill, and that Hiroshi is now an adult with children of his own. The group then heads to Keiko's campsite, where she has been using a reconfigured gamma radiation simulator to broadcast distress signals. Realizing they can use it to open a portal to the surface, they begin hauling it back to Lee's old landing pod. Back in Tokyo, Hiroshi reveals to Kentaro that he was trying to expose the rift and prove his parents were right, believing Monarch dismantled their work and indirectly caused G-Day. He insists his son help him, but when he refuses to reveal the reasons behind his double life, Kentaro leaves. Later, Tim, having formally quit Monarch out of protest for Verdugo's lack of
Wait, hold on a sec. Let me back up just a sec. Is it Monarch indirectly involved with causing G-Day? Hold on.
that he was trying to expose the rift and prove his parents were right, believing Monarch dismantled their work and indirectly caused G-Day.
Monarch didn't, though. They
See, I just wanted to let you know that I'll have to leave for a little bit. I'll try to come back. But yeah, I might be gone for like 20 minutes or so, okay?
okay. I'll probably I'll definitely still be going. When you can be back. So
Okay then. Bye for now.
all right, see you in a bit. Yeah, no, like Monarch were not indirectly responsible for G. It was the strip mining that resulted in the Mutos waking up and doing the Genjira thing was the reason for caused G-Day. Monarch was monitoring it. The fuck? What? Unless he had like a skewed perspective,
He insists his son help him, but when he refuses to reveal the reasons behind his double life, Kentaro leaves. Later, Tim, having formally quit Monarch out of
G-Day was significantly more complex than he's making it out to be. Yeah, exactly. Like Monarch was not. Yeah, exactly. Like Monarch was not was not indirectly responsible. They were trying to stop it. It's so
protest for Verdugo's lack of action, finds Kentaro and shows him gamma ray bursts coming from inside the rifts. Believing Kate and
It was a series of events like a natural disaster. The Mutos are mostly responsible, and the military are trying to stop it and evacuate citizens. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they were. Yeah, like the Mut. Yeah, like Monarch was. If anything, Monarch was monitoring the Mutos. Like they, and when it got to a certain point where Monarch even tried to kill the male Muto before he could hatch out of his chrysalis. So yeah, that's like now of course they were like too late. About it got to the point where it was too late, but they still tried. Monarch was being commandeered by the military at the time. They didn't have any sort of power whatsoever. Yeah, in fact, Sarazawa was even like trying to say like, hey, the whole thing with the nukes is not a good idea. Like they were even trying to like, like if anything, they were trying to like mitigate things as much as possible in 2014. With whatever power they did have. Keyword being whatever power they had in any way, shape, or form. Which, yeah, it's supposed to say they pretty much had nothing, or at least close to nothing. Why is this the fans keep forgetting? Monarch does not work independently from the government. The movies forget this too. Yeah. Unfortunately, that is just kind of a. Yeah, to be fair, the writers forget this. Fans forget that. Yeah.
the others to still be alive, they convince Hiroshi to help them without Monarch's help. Back in Axis Mundi, as the group prepares to launch, they draw the attention of an ion dragon, which disconnects the pod from the simulator. Lee hops out to reattach it, just as Godzilla shows up to fight the dragon, killing it effortlessly. The pod is sucked into the rift, but Lee is left behind, sacrificing himself so the others can escape. The pod emerges at an Apex facility in 2017, where Kentaro Hiroshi and
Also, Monarch is broke. Broke and on the verge of being shut down. They're pretty much like on the verge of being shut down like several times throughout these movies. Like, it's just crazy. It would be like so hilarious if like Supernova just has it to where Monarch is on the verge of being shut down again. And what are we gonna do? It's not our fault. Like, motherfucker, you didn't warn Cadiz or anybody about Godzilla like powering up or anything like that. Like, oh God.
Tim are waiting. The family reunites, and it is revealed that they are on Skull Island when Kong comes storming out of the jungle, roaring and pounding his chest.
Season
Cut to
2.
black and roll credits on season 1. Episode 10 is a fantastic episode and a really satisfying end to the season. Not only do we get a brief but brutal monster brawl, but a handful of effective dramatic beats that pay off an entire season's worth of build-up, while also setting up a few plot points for season 2. The biggest moment of the episode, without question, is the reunion of Lee and Keiko, which is genuinely touching and heartbreaking thanks to great performances by Kurt Russell and Mari Yamamoto, the former of which perfectly portrays the heartbroken relief of a man who has finally found his long-lost love, and the latter the existential horror of finding out she's missed out on her entire life, losing her love in the process. It's a
The thing is, like that kind of stuff right there, like, could be, it sounds good in isolation, but in the context of this show, in the context of the Monsterverse, especially with the Axis Mundi bullshit, with time dilations and all that stuff, it's just built on a really broken foundation. And that's not even setting aside that this is meant to be part of a whole cinematic universe that's all meant to be interconnected. But it's not really that well connected when you get right down to it. Even amongst the movies themselves.
potent, cathartic, and emotionally brutal scene that balances melodrama with subtle performances, making it
I lost my love. You left her to die, you selfish fuck.
and not just the best scene of the episode, but of the entire season. This is really good stuff. This scene is shortly followed up with another great scene between them, where they just simply talk. Keiko asks what 2015 is like, and Lee makes the eloquent observation that, while technology has advanced, it's the same. Same people, same conflicts, same families. I don't care what anyone says, this is good writing. I was glued to the screen.
This is good writing! Okay. I don't care what anybody says. This show is good writing. I don't want to keep dogpiling on him, but god damn it, man, you just make it. This is just gotta call this that bullshit out for what it is, man.
And could have watched them talk even longer. These two characters have been the most compelling relationship in the show. They were a large part of what made the storyline in the past so engaging, and the passing of time adds an extra layer of tragedy to them that makes them.
If this is what he thinks is good writing and he remains obstinate about it, then he doesn't deserve to keep yapping about writing quality. Yeah, I mean, he's an abject war. Yeah. I mean, no need to like reiterate. It's just kind of like at this point, it's like, yeah, dude, like you can't just like claim that you care about like good writing and all that, but then just like say, yeah, I don't care about certain things, about how some things line up continuity wise with previous works. Yeah, it's these two mindsets just can't coexist unless you're just being inconsistent or disingenuous. You would have to proud your retinas and replace them with lead to not see all the writing problems. Yeah, you probably have to. You also have to replace your ears with with lead with pipes, essentially, or you have to like replace your ear. You have to like cut your ears off and just like go completely deaf or something to not acknowledge the writing problems. Because at that point, you won't even have to be. You won't be able to acknowledge anything, like what's happening. Remove your retinas. Remove your ears. You can lose both.
Even more compelling. Lee has been changed by decades, while Keiko has remained the same, and I really look forward to seeing this new dynamic between them play out in season 2. Equally compelling is that, on top of all that, Keiko also has to contend with both meeting a family she didn't even know existed and reuniting with the one that she did have but has, like Lee, been changed by time. Her reunion with Hiroshi is pretty gosh darn sweet. The way he collapses into her arms, reverting back to a child, and how she holds him and motherly pets his hair. It's all great character work shown with no dialogue. Keiko really is the emotional.
Again, like if this was like in a better show, on multiple levels, like not just an as well as like just if this was like just a show in its own right that's not trying to connect to anything. Like that has its own set of rules, own world. Yeah. Children love their mothers. More news at 11.
Part of this episode, as she's connected to it all, and I'm so glad she gets to be a part of the present day cast now. While everything with Kentaro on the surface can't hold a candle to all this, it's got some juicy drama too. Emiko kicks Hiroshi out, which is totally justified, especially because the man remains tight-lipped about what motivated him to have two families. Kentaro is understandably frustrated by this, so between that and him thinking his half-sister is dead, it makes sense that he attempts to detach himself from everything before Tim brings him back in. And it pays off with the reveal at the end that they've been working with Apex to find them for the last 2 years. And even though I wasn't a big fan of episode 7, which is the one that brought Apex into the spotlight, I do like that they have made it, and by extension May's backstory, integral to the plot by bringing Apex back here.
So you said that episode 7 was completely unnecessary, but but you pretty much were told, but as long as but since they show up at the end of this episode, now you're just like, oh, it's like, hey, you know what? That's not too bad now. You gotta pick, like, you're reviewing the whole series. It'd be one thing if you were just, like, watching these episode by episode as they're releasing, and you're just thinking, like, I hope, and you say, like, this whole episode 7 stuff with Apex seems like a filler episode. I hope that, like, if this is meant to pay off or something, I hope it don't. Then hopefully we get it by the end of this season, because otherwise I'll feel like my time was wasted. Like, that'd be one thing. But you're reviewing the whole season. You could at some point just retroactively say like episode 7 may seem like kind of unnecessary and seem very filler-esque, but there is like some payoff by the end.
This is another success of the finale. It manages to make everything that came before it important. I still think the season suffers from pacing issues, but the finale softens it. Finally, let's talk about the monster stuff. The finale saves the best for last, as we finally get a full-blown kaiju brawl between Godzilla and the Ion Dragon. And it's really good. Sure, it's short, but it maximizes every moment. Godzilla comes strutting in like he owns the place, leading to a quick but well-choreographed fight where he absolutely bodies this thing, blasting it with his atomic breath and ripping its wing off. It's a thrilling sequence that culminates in the supposed sacrifice of Lee, but we all knew it was a fake-out, even before it was officially confirmed Kurt Russell was returning in season 2. The other big
he should be dead. It hurts makes you think of like in Fast and Furious 6. There's like a scene where Gal Gadot, like, she kind of sacrificed herself to help her boyfriend like beat a bad guy. So she kind of like shoot, like, let me put it this way: they're dangling from a car that's hanging from a plane. That's like trying to leave a runway. Her boyfriend Han like is in danger, and she tries to help by trying to shoot the bad guy. But she has to let go and let herself fall to her death in order to get those shots off as she falls. And and obviously the plane's going pretty fast. Like her like falling down on the tarmac on the runway. It's like that would pretty much kill her essentially. Like the velocity and what have you, or rolling down like that would kill her. Granted, it doesn't kill like, um, but then like you have like Fast and Furious 10 like sort of revealed that she was like alive and well suddenly. So it's like death doesn't really have much of a consequence. I mean, hell, granted, like the bad guy in Fast and Furious 6, like kind of has a similar fate happen in 6 as well, but only for 7 to kind of like have it turn out that he was like pretty much put in a coma and hospitalized, and then 8, and then in the 8th movie he's just back. Like, okay. It's kind of like a whole. It's like that for Lee Shaw and Monarch Lom, except there's like even less excuse because let's be frank here. Lee Shaw is old. Like he can't. He's not going to survive. He shouldn't survive that. So how the fuck is he back in season 2? Other than the fact that we have Kurt Russell under contract, so we got to bring him back. Yeah, it's just Pacing issues, retcons, narrative schizophrenia, character writing, developing narrative Parkinson's, lore dementia as well. yeah, the show kind of suffers a lot of things, unfortunately.
Monster moment was the reveal of Kong at the very end, bringing the MonsterVerse's other Monstar into the series. What role he will exactly play is a mystery, but it's an exciting one that makes me genuinely interested in Season 2, so it's an effective cliffhanger. Overall, this episode does a really good job bringing all the various plot lines of the season to a logical and satisfying conclusion, while leaving just enough open to carry over into the next. It's a balance that many finales of other TV series fail to strike. Alien Earth, but Monarch does, and very successfully. Every season.
Oh, so you have major problems with Alien Earth then, but this show gets a pass as well. Here's the thing. I have not seen Alien Earth, so I don't know if it is better or worse in comparison than to Monarch Legacy of Monsters. So I can't really comment. But I will just say, like, if it is as bad as what Up for Deaths may very well believe it is, just take some notes. Oh, no. The show doesn't suffer from these problems. 9 out of 10 people suffer from diarrhea. Yeah, you mean dementia, which means at least one person enjoys it. Monarch is the one person. Okay. All right.
Of a show wants to go out with its best episode. So the fact that Monarch is able to save its best for last, despite its issues, is really impressive and allows the first season to end on a high note. So I guess the first question is, how does the first season of Monarch Legacy of Monsters hold up on a rewatch?
I imagine not well, but let's hear. We'll hear you. I'll hear you out.
Well, as someone who was lukewarm on it the first go-around, my opinion on it has risen somewhat. Not a ton. I don't consider it one of the best installments in either the MonsterVerse or the overall Godzilla franchise.
You shouldn't.
Or anything, but it is one of the most interesting projects in either, both for being the first of its kind and for being so different. As I said in the
because it's the first, let me put it this way: just because something is the first of its kind, that doesn't mean it's like the most interesting or one of the most fascinating or anything like that. Diarrhea, steen, poopy pants, butt juice. That's what this show is. It's ass. It's ass. You gotta make me stop reading these, okay? Don't stop! Stop that! You're gonna keep doing it. I just know you are. I'm telling you to stop. Oh God, this is a mature stream. I will. I win.
Opening of this video, we've never had a Godzilla TV series. Not like this, anyway. So just by its nature alone, it's one of the best installments in either the MonsterVerse or the overall Godzilla franchise or anything. But it is one of the most interesting projects in either, both for being the first of its kind and for being so different. As I said in the opening of this video, we've never had a Godzilla TV series. Not like this, anyway. So just by its nature alone, this is a very unique entity that I look forward to seeing evolve over time, if it's lucky enough to continue to be renewed.
Or we're unlucky enough to see it renewed at this point.
Its greatest value is deepening the MonsterVerse, a cinematic universe that, while one of the more successful, has always struggled with consistency. Monarch is an attempt to add some consistency by filling in the gaps.
And it only got worse. It fucked up, like, consistency is like the last thing on this show's mind, it turns out. What a twist.
And while in doing this, it has created some inconsistencies of its own. As long as the films and TV series can work together going forward, then I see this as an opportunity to finally create a coherent world that hardcore fans can get excited about.
Yeah, no. Do not acknowledge the show. Like, Axis Mundi alone. Axis Mundi, the Golden Gate Bridge flashback, the Castle Bravo flashback, the stuff with Bill Randa on Skull Island, all that stuff. Like, that alone, if anything, the MonsterVerse would be better unified if shows like this or the Netflix Skull Island anime are never acknowledged in the first place. Like, you want the movies to be more consistent, this show cannot be canon. It should not be canon. So he sees the problems, but chooses to ignore them. That's that's kind of what it seems like. Oh, God. Yeah, I knew that this conclusion was going to, like, ramp things up in terms of, like, oh, so you do know the difference. If you ignore all the streaks of brown in the toilet is actually clean if you think about it. I'll just leave this comment. I'm just going to leave your comment here for a sec on stage for a minute, just so we can as we play through the rest of this.
We'll see if this is the case when Season 2 and Supernova come out. That will be the real test. I also think Monarch offers a...
God, I just see the clip of Godzilla in the city there from the trailer of Season 2. Oh, but this show's gonna, bring more consistency to the MonsterVerse. No, it doesn't. No, it's not.
A nice palate cleanser to the more bombastic film installments. The films aren't known for their deep, rich human characters. As is often the case in this genre, they get upstaged by the monsters, and the mission of the filmmakers to deliver high-octane thrills meant to be seen on the big screen. With Monarch, there's an opportunity to have a large cast of characters that are given the proper time to develop, because the show allows them to be the focus. Whether this is interesting is entirely up to you. But for those that find the MonsterVerse intriguing beyond the monster set pieces, Monarch is there to give you the deeper human drama that the films simply can't. And having now...
Well, GVK and GXK refuse to. Like, the first three MonsterVerse movies can give you. Like, they do. It's the films after Gotham that pretty much... Like, here's the thing. You could... Like, here's the thing. GVK and GXK could have done that. But they just simply chose not to. Instead, what they chose to do was, let's just say they chose to some less than objectively satisfactory quality storytelling. Let's just say the film isn't known for having deep, interesting characters. That is a criticism. This isn't neutral. Character writing can and should happen regardless of genre, you ape. You damn dirty ape.
Rewatched it with a more critical eye, I can safely say that the writing is...
Watched it with a more critical eye, but you didn't care about the continuity problems. Okay, let's hear that again. Let's hear that again. All right, because I'm a sadist.
Entirely up to you. But for those that find the Monsterverse intriguing beyond the monster set pieces, Monarch is there to give you the deeper human drama that the films simply can't. And having now rewatched it with a more critical eye, I can safely say that the writing is more than up to par in delivering this drama. It's not perfect, which I'll get into shortly, but overall there is a lot of thought and care taken into consideration regarding the characters, the interplay between them, and most of all, the theme of duality that connects everything. Duality is the core theme of the show. There's the obvious stuff like the two timelines, but it's the way in which the show structures these timelines upon each other that makes it interesting.
Themes. The films can't have good characters, and you need a TV show. So good movies just don't exist. Yeah. It just makes you wonder, like, if he even thinks about some of these things, some of the things that he writes for these scripts half the time. Like, I just can't help but wonder.
Past timeline is told in such a way that it informs and reflects on the present, whether it's something small like a repeating line of dialogue to a whole plot point or action sequence. The two timelines mirror each other, and in doing so says something about the repetitive nature of time and the legacy it can leave behind for those in the future to find. This theme is symbolized by the monarch symbol itself, two triangles, reflections of each other, converging at the center. Not sure if this was the intention back when Godzilla 2014 was conceptualized, but regardless, the writers took this mere detail and crafted an entire narrative around it, which is undeniably clever. It's thoughtful, good writing, plain and simple. I don't care what anyone says.
It's thoughtful, good writing! It's thoughtful, good writing. I don't care what anybody says. Okay, all right. You know what? I'm just gonna do something here. Pause it for a second. I'm gonna do something here. Hold up. I'm gonna put this down as a note. Hold on. Just give me a second. Shut up. Your attention's fine. For the depths, man. What are you doing? Okay. It's thoughtful. It's thoughtful, good writing. Good writing. I don't care what anyone says. There we go. There we go. Here's some notes. I'm just gonna keep that as a note. It'll be for a future project.
Holding this all back, though, is that one half of this duality just isn't quite. Regardless, the writers took this mere detail and crafted an entire narrative around it, which is undeniably clever. It's thoughtful, good writing, plain and simple. I don't care what anyone says. The single biggest thing holding this all back, though, is that one half of this duality just isn't quite as engrossing as the other, making the experience of the first season lopsided as far as quality goes. It's not so much that the present-day story is necessarily bad. The acting is all good across the board, and it's got Kurt Russell, but
it's not bad because the acting is good across the board and it has Kurt Russell. What? Bro, come on. This is bullshit. You can't do this. You can't say this. It's not bad. No, you don't understand. He points to Kurt Russell. Oh my god. It's not okay. Oh my god, I have to put down another note. Okay, here, hold on, let me. It's not bad. It's got good. It's got good acting. And it has Kurt Russell in it. Okay, here, hold on. It's plain and simple. There we go. All right, got it. There we go. I love how he praises the writing in some segments, but the others he forgets to praise it all together. As if he has no choice. I can't help what I love. I can't control what you don't understand. He can't control what he loves.
Quality goes. It's not so much that the present day story is necessarily bad. The acting is all good across the board, and it's got Kurt Russell. But the fact is that the past, the story of the discovery of the Titans and the founding of Monarch, is so much more interesting than the story of a couple of kids trying to find their dad. And it's not just that. The interpersonal drama between Lee, Keiko, and Bill is also that much more interesting than the drama between Kate, Kentaro, and May.
Again, interesting. I can't control what I love, and I just happen to love slavery. I don't choose this. I didn't choose this. Oh God.
The latter of which is focused more on angst and melodrama, which I'm just not a huge fan of. This failing is enhanced by the fact that these three are younger and more immature, and so grate on your nerves in a way the more mature cast of the past never do. Simply put, in a world where giant monsters exist, watching characters whine about something so small as daddy issues feels kind of trivial.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, then why the fuck did you praise like the drama about Ken, reuniting with his dad? I don't what. Stop saying these things. He makes his feelings an objective fact. Yeah. I seriously would like to know what does he define as something, how he defines something as objective and subjective. Like I genuinely would like to know. Again, probably gonna be a really lame answer, but who knows? It bothers me, therefore it's a problem.
And thus annoys more than enthralls, even if it does make logical sense. This comes to a head in episode 6, where Lee presents the opportunity for the three youngsters to come with him, and they deny this call to adventure. They decide instead to go off on their own in a damn desert, which is so frustrating. Sure, you can argue this makes sense as far as their motivations go. They're no doubt sick and tired of running around and evading monsters with a crazy old man. But from a narrative perspective, and from the point of view of an audience member, this does nothing but delay the inevitable, and that's always a narrative no-no this late in a story. By now, the characters should be accelerating to their destinies, embracing the call to adventure, not denying it. And this brings me to the other major issue of this season. It's pacing. In fact, the more I thought about it, the more I am certain pacing is the main issue here. Momentum is so important in storytelling, and can be especially tricky in a television show.
Well, don't use Breaking Bad as an example here. Okay, hold on.
Where the story has to crawl its way to the finish line as opposed to sprinting toward it like a 2-hour movie. And the best TV shows are able to do this while keeping narrative momentum flowing. It's a delicate balancing.
Okay, he uses Breaking Bad as an example of how to do pacing really well. It's like, No, Breaking Bad is an example of how to do everything well in a story in a TV show. That's just like it's like you want to know how to do a TV show well, go watch Breaking Bad or Andor. Why should they not deny the call of adventure? The characters do only what you want them to. This isn't an inherent need. Yeah, you have to yeah, exactly. Like you have to give a good reason for them to deny it, or like you have to either give them a good reason to deny it or not to deny it. Like there has to be like some kind of valid reason for it. Like you gotta like you have that's like like a well informed reason, to do one thing or the other, or to have your characters do one thing or the other. It's like, why should the characters not deny like their code of adventure? It's just like it's just like you gotta have a good reason. It's like you have to have a good reason for it beyond just like, well, because the audience will be bored if they do deny it. Like it's okay. Yeah. I don't even understand what makes it good. Yeah. Yeah. I like which is kind of a shame because it'd be nice if he were to like talk about something like Breaking Bad, just to like change the mold from his channel a bit. Maybe even just to like give us some insight and just go. In a way, like it would help us like understand his insight about how he views things critically beyond that isn't a kaiju oriented thing or a creature feature. But at the same time, why do I get the feeling that would just frustrate us even more? Because I'll be like, oh, so you do know the difference. So why the hell are you applying such weird standards to the kaiju media that you primarily cover on your channel? Ugh.
That the writers of Monarch don't quite achieve, as it frequently stops to explore character backstories. This is as valid a writing tool as anything else, but how successful it is depends on how engaging the characters you're stopping the narrative to explore are, and I don't think our present-day characters quite reach that level. They aren't terrible by any means, and in fact do get better as the series goes along, but they don't excel either. This is why episodes 5 and 7 are the season low points. Both are wheel-spinning episodes that stop to explore Kate and May, which is fine, you can do that, but maybe do it in a way that doesn't grind the story to a halt. It's odd. In a time where I and everyone else complains about seasons being too short, Monarch is the only one where I feel like it has too many episodes. The now standard 8-episode season would have been
What? No, you just make it good. That's come on. Kaiju media gets its standard cut off at the knees, and people can only lower their standards because if you hold everything up to the same level of scrutiny, they implode. Yeah, they literally have no choice but to lobotomize the definition of good. Yeah.
perfect for this. It would have made for a leaner, tighter, faster paced story. As it is now, it just has a little too much downtime filled with filler drama in the present day timeline to pad the runtime out. Really though, these are the only two major blemishes of the season.
What is your definition of bloated or like filler? Like what would be like yeah. Okay, so episode 7 is filler is pointless filler or bloated. It makes the season bloated, but it pays off episode 10 well with the stuff with Apex. And then you just like meanwhile you also like criticize episode 5 even though Kate Randa as a character is such a piece of shit like in the first few episodes that she kind of desperately needs that she's the kind of character who would desperately need something to give her like a bit more give us more to chew on as far as like a character that we can be like, okay, all right, so she's not like a complete piece of shit like from a vacuum. Like she's actually there's a reason for it for why she's being like this. by kaiju, I mean Godzilla. I know there are some good movies, but they're more the exception than the rule. Yeah, I mean, fair. I guess we would kind of have to like have a bit of a discussion in terms of like not just each entry in the Godzilla franchise, like as far as breakdown or debates, or whatever you, but also just other kaiju media in general. But I digress.
Everything else varies from genuinely great to adequate. The series' high points always lie in the past. This whole storyline is engaging from start to finish, and in fact gets more interesting the more we see of it. Lee, Keiko, and Bill are all fun characters, but it is Keiko who stands out the most. She brings the most heart and soul to this era. She's incredibly determined and strong-willed, but not in a cringe girl boss kind of way, and I really appreciated how integral they made her Japanese heritage to her character. You cannot separate the two. Part of what
Did
made
I?
the finale so satisfying was seeing her back and integrated with the present day cast.
Sometimes.
And knowing she will now be a regular cast member going forward is really encouraging. At least I hope she is. What also makes the past storyline so entertaining is just seeing Monarch take shape. The forming of a team, or the starting of a business, is always a thrilling kind of narrative, at least for me, and this is the kind of drama that drives the past storyline. The only problem I would say is that we don't get enough of it. I would have loved to have seen more of the nose on the grindstone, day-to-day makings of the early days of Monarch. Almost makes me wish this is what the show was. Another thing I appreciated about the show is that as the Monsterverse barrels even further down into the fantastical and the absurd, which I do enjoy, it harkens back to the more grounded vibe of Godzilla 2014, which still remains my favorite film of the Monsterverse so far. It acts as a sort of bridge between that and the more balls-to-the-wall sci-fi fantasy of King of the Monsters and onward. It still has the crazier elements, like portals to an underground world and, this, but it's all presented in that realistic human perspective that made G14 so good. The scene where Godzilla gets up from his little nap in Algeria is one of the best of the series, because the scale presented here is just
one of the best in the series, even though it contradicts King of the Monsters and that Godzilla hasn't been active or been seen since 2014. Keep coming back to that.
so good. Just him getting up is an event that threatens everything in his path, and we don't see this fact anymore in the films. So it's nice to see it here. This may be television, but you could play this on an IMAX screen and it would be just as thrilling as anything from the movies.
Are you sure about that? He needs the linchpin of it evolves into absurdity, and I do like it, by the way. I don't hate it. Yeah, it's like it's pretty much like it's like he's trying to put up a scrutiny shield, with that.
Speaking of the G-Man, yeah, he's not in this show that much, which I know is a major bummer for a lot of people. It's one of the most common complaints I hear, and while I do understand this to a certain extent, it really all comes down to expectations.
No, my complaint isn't that Godzilla's not in the show enough. Like, don't you worry, that's not. You won't hear that as a criticism from us. That's for sure.
Monarch was never going to be a monster slugfest all the way through. That was never in the cards because that's just not sustainable for a TV series, even one as expensive as this. The show wisely uses the monsters sparingly for maximum impact, and I think the balance is well struck. Every episode has a monster in it in some form, so it's not like the show is lacking in this respect. It's just that Godzilla isn't involved in most of it. That being said, he is the linchpin monster that holds it all together. His existence is what allows Monarch to be taken seriously as an organization. And of all the monsters, he does have the most screen time. Also, it's called Monarch Legacy of Monsters, not Godzilla Legacy of Monsters. The show is about the organization, which is composed of people, so naturally the focus will be on the people. It doesn't exist to give us a bunch of Godzilla.
Yeah, that's true. Like, the more Godzilla's in the show, the worse it gets. Yeah, because the plot just like sort of ramps up to this weird event that we never see the payoff for in this, at least not in this season. And continuity just breaks more and more every time he shows up. Yeah, like right down from the Golden Gate Bridge scene. This is the only point he says I agree with.
That's what the films are for. It's here to expand on the entity that connects the monsterverse together. And as I've said, how much you enjoy it depends on how much this concept interests you. Anyway, I think I've talked long enough. Overall, I enjoyed rewatching Monarch Legacy of Monsters. Allowing some distance has made me appreciate it for what it is, instead of wishing it was something else. It does have a few notable substantial issues that keep it from being a true fantastic first season of television. You know, it's no Dexter or Game of Thrones or Stranger Things.
Well, yeah, because those shows like ended spectacularly. Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, it's like that's one thing I agree with. This show is nothing like Game of Thrones in terms of like here's this thing. Game of Thrones at least started out good as a good show. It kind of went to shit by the end, but this show we don't even have a good season 1.
But it does get a lot right. Enough that I am looking forward to season 2. I think there is a lot to build on and a lot to improve, and the fact that they're coming in off of their best episode increases their chances for an even better sophomore season. Let's hope this is the case. If you made it to the end of this video, I just want to thank you for sticking it out and caring about what I have to say. It means the world to me that you do. Now I want to hear what you have to say. What do you think of Monarch Season 1? And are you looking forward at all to Season 2? And if you enjoyed this video, feel free to give it a quick like. Every interaction helps. Anyway, I'll catch you in the next one, and as always, long live the king.
It's over. It's done. We did it. Oh. Got through like a good 4 hours. Yeah, that was that video was not very good. I'll be honest. I want to hear what you say. It's good. I don't care what anyone says. Yeah, that just sums it up. It's like, yeah, I don't. So yeah, it really is. Oh, and got Lau back.
Well, that's longer than it needed to.
What?
No, I mean that took longer than I thought it would. So what happened at the end?
Well, we've just finished the video. We got through. We just got through like the rest of like the show, and we got here concluding statements. He's like talking about how like there's the whole thing of duality and all that, like thematics, what have you, like how characters do parallel things, like people do in the past, and there's like reflections in the present. And he like talks about how like it's thoughtful, good writing, and he doesn't care what anyone says.
It's not thoughtful. It's again, many times we say this is the bare minimum.
Yeah.
Look, I see what they were trying to do. I'm one of the first people saying that there's parallels with how Kentaro starts the relationship towards his dad, and then how Kate ends it. Right, like they both finish where the other one started.
Exactly.
That make it like good? No, it's a nice thing. Yeah, like those are the beginnings of good writing. But if you praise it here, all you're doing is telling these writers to never improve and to just stay mid. Like this guy is actively like hurting good writing. Like I believe that from the depths it's harmful straight up at this point. If he says stuff.
Yeah, it really is just like bro said, give me some bullshit.
Yeah.
Another funny point, and I had to like that was one point that was like we're putting down. Another point that I kind of put down as like a note for a potential future project, let's just say, is he says like that the second half, like he talks about how like the past stuff is better than the present, but he says like the present sort of storyline isn't bad. The present day storyline isn't bad. And there's reasons they give is that all the acting is solid and it had Kurt Russell in it. That's it.
I literally have nothing left to say.
Yeah, no, I don't really either. It's
The system literally burns itself. You
yeah,
just have to say that, and I didn't need to say anything else.
yeah.
You know,
It's
this reminds me of. So when I was little, I was drawing right, like I was drawing like shit, like everyone else, and I showed something to my mom. You know what my mom did? She
what?
said, "That doesn't look right. That's not how you make the sun." Because I did the thing where you make the sun like on the corner, right? And she told me like, "No sun looks like that. The sun is like this thing that you have to like, you put your finger in it, you put a little bit of yellow, not too much, not too hard, and then you like rub your finger against the dot in a circle motion, and that looks more like a sun than like what you did. So I'm not gonna buy more pencils unless like actually try to make it look good, because otherwise I'm just like making you guys. And you know what, like she might have sounded mean, but I see people who are like 13 years old, 20, and they still draw like they're 7.
Yeah,
And when you see people putting that much commitment into their drawing, quote unquote, and they literally have no skills, it is kind of pathetic. That's the truth, right? And then these people go around and cry about AI because they're the number one threatened group because they suck. They just suck. Like you can say, oh, they're part of their journey, like they'll get better. They'll never get better if they don't have someone like my mom to tell them this is how you do it, get better, right?
you
Everyone
gotta
is
do
trying to be so nice. And the thing is, if I had someone like up from the depths criticizing my drawing skills when I was little, I would I would have never gotten better. I will be one of those cringe kids who can only draw like anime style and not even that well, who like have like a bunch of pages on DeviantArt and like criticize AI like it's the coming of Satan, right? And I wouldn't be making anything that I'm making right now, which I don't think that what I do right now is all that like amazing or anything like that. But it's way better than those people, right? And part of the artist thing is that you always throw yourself down. You always put yourself down. Like it's almost always what you do. But those are the artists that people remember, the ones that are trying to, improve. And this toxic positivity
yeah,
literally helps no one. No one. I will be like literally a failure. And people will like think that I'm pathetic if I was still drawing at 26 and I drew like I'm 7.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
the type of world that people like up from the depths are pushing for.
yeah,
And he should know that. Like there's no sugarcoating it. No, like this is bullshit. What he's saying is bullshit.
yeah,
His criticism is completely based on his biases, and it's completely invalid to me. And like I don't trust the guy anymore.
yeah. No, I would after this and his GXK video, like he really has like gone down significantly in my estimation. Like he like really like a lot. It's just it's.
And
Oh, by
yeah,
the way, Black Rudy's asking it is like asking like your mom is based. Like is she single? Asking for a friend.
yeah. She's Sigma. Like I got like 4% Sigma DNA from her. So yeah.
No, he's asking if she's single.
Oh, Black. Um, sorry, we are racist. Sorry, dude.
Oh my god.
I'm joking. Well, half joking. I'm not racist.
Okay.
I'm the nice one. I'm the nice one in the family. But anyway,
That's what they all say.
I'm one of the good ones. I swear.
I didn't change. Oh god. Yeah, it really is just it's like one of those things where you got like someone like up from the depths just like you pretty much like hear like what his standards are. Like if you were to hear what his standards are, I just like wonder like what even would those standards be really?
To me, the problem is that I can relate to him because he made a video saying basically, I think the title was "What King of the Monsters Means to Me" or something like that, right?
Yeah.
And I related to it like 100 fucking percent. Actually, I got teary because it was the first time that someone like actually described how I felt my whole fucking life. Um, I never thought that I would hear that from someone else, right? And having that person then just go and it turns out that they're just one of those people who are like consumes plop like
Yeah.
compulsively. It kind of hurts. Not because I don't think that like, oh, if someone has like low standards you shouldn't relate to them. No, like they're still a person, like, but at the same time knowing that that person is the reason why the fandom will probably remain so pale, I guess.
Toxically positive.
Exactly, yeah, and why we won't really get that many great movies. Often, like, he's part of the problem, and it's just so funny that he doesn't realize that
Yeah.
because he has like super big reach. Also, like, he has like an audience, right?
Yeah.
And it's like you think he will be promoting like good writing, and
The thing is, he does, but but then he also promotes like films with really bad writing. Like he rates Godzilla versus King Ghidorah like a 4 out of 5. Like he's just like talking about like this movie's like so fun that you can overlook the flaws and the disastrous writing in that movie. It's
in a way I kind of understand it, right? Like there are special types of movies that are so good that they're fun. But it depends on you. Like it's way too subjective. Like to some people, Velocipastor is really boring, right? To me, it's fun, but there's like it's so subjective, right? Like the so good it's being bad, or so bad it's being good. It depends. Like, is the movie doing it on purpose? If it
Yeah.
is trying too hard, is it trying to be serious? Or is it something like Tommy Wiseau with The Room, right, where it's actually trying to be serious, but it goes so on the far end that there's comparisons that it was always meant to be a comedy, right? And the guys are acting, right?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, it's Up in the Depths is just a fascinating fella. He really is. I mean, I know I gotta say that quite a bit about like some of the content creators we cover here, but it is just kind of like he has like this reach for the Godzilla fandom, for the kaiju fandom in general,
Yeah, as a whole.
and yeah, you go ahead.
And again, part of watching all of these movies is like, how can you say that this is so great when you have watched the Gamera trilogy, for example? Like, did that mean nothing to you? How can you say that this is so great when you have watched 54, GMK, minus one, all of this other stuff that's actually good, but you're saying that we should celebrate this, right? Then it's like, so when you said that those other things were good, did you actually mean it, or did you have to say it and
Yeah,
you
it's
just
like
actually like
yeah.
actively like the bad things only?
Yeah, like what, like why? It's like at that point, like why would you rate Godzilla versus something like Godzilla versus King Ghidorah like the same as you would for GMK? Like that, like even if it's like even if like yeah, I get it. A star rating is a bit. It may not be is like the best. Is not really the best way to sort of like rank how good or bad a movie is. But if you're just gonna rate those like the same, like you rate GMK the same as GXK even, or you rate GVK the same as Tokyo SOS.
Or even if you say that those are 5 out of 5s and GBK is like a 4 out of 5, or even a 3 out of 5, it's like that's still too close for
Yeah,
something done with so much passion, and not only passion but also like focus. And there's something that passion needs to have for it, because I do think that GVK, for example, has some amount of passion, but it has no professionalism about
yeah,
it, right?
yeah.
You can be really
There's
passionate.
passion
And
put into GVK. I mean, there's no doubt that Wingard had had love and passion put into GVK and GXK, but it was like in the wrong place. It wasn't really in enough of the right places for them to come together as solid.
What I would say, I'm running out of battery. I have literally like 15 seconds. What I will say is passion without responsibility is just a kid playing with toys. And you can be so passionate that you shit yourself sometimes, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's what happens when you have no focus or professionalism and the responsibility of knowing that you're doing something that no fan is going to do. So I'm going to die soon. I have seconds left to live. So goodbye forever. This video's
Uh-oh. This video is so bad. It killed Lau before he could finish the sentence. Uh-oh. Yeah, he's gone. Lau! No! By the way, thanks for the thumbnail. You can hear me. Oh no. Rest in peace, Lau. All right. Yeah, I think I'll just kind of like wrap this one up here then. Yeah. Just like as Lau, yeah, just as what Lau said about passion, just as what Black Ruby said about passion. Yep, and it's gone. I'll just leave. I'm just gonna leave RIP Lau for the rest of this. Yeah. This video could have been better. Let me just put it that way. And at this point, I don't know if it's like better or worse than his GXK video. It's probably, I mean, it probably would say it might be a little better, but it ain't by much. I think the GXK video may have was just like the thing that just sort of dunked our head into like ice water and just woke us up and just be like, whoa, oh my god. Whereas this Monarch season 1 vid, it just kind of like reaffirms that this is just going to be the new norm that we expect from him, and I just don't really expect his coverage of season 2 to be any better. Assuming season 2 is like somehow any better, or like would even be remotely better than season 1, which I just don't think it will be. Like, I don't think anybody in their right mind here would think it will be better. Like, I just don't. Up from the depths is poison to the discourse surrounding Godzilla movies. He's one of the main authorities that ruin discussion. Yeah, it's really just a shame that you have that much power to essentially like guide and shape the discourse surrounding a piece of media over like a huge media conglomerate of media like the Godzilla franchise. And this is how you use that power. Like it's kind of tragic in a way. But I guess all we can do is really just, I mean, at this point, all we can do right now where we're sitting here is just call a spade when it comes up, I suppose. So I hate when certain things illusions are bastardized. You do that, man. You do that. Yeah, you do that. I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously, we know where I still stand on King of the Monsters, but that's a discussion for another. That we'll have to like shelve that discussion for right now. But until that, yeah, channels like him and Max Allo cannot go unchallenged. Yeah, that's true. True. But yeah, I guess we'll just sort of close this stream out. Thank you, Lau, for coming on. If you happen to catch this for the You keep shelving it. I know. Like I don't. Let's have it now. I don't have time. No, I mentioned like I kind of have to like go at a certain point. Like I've been able to fit this stream, and I have something happening later today. Don't pay me. Well, we'll have to prep. We gotta prep for it, man. We gotta prep for it. That's the thing. We can't rush. You said yourself, man. We can't rush these things. We can't rush these debates. We gotta properly prep for these things. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you said them. You said that. You said that. But anyways, thank you folks for coming on. Thanks Lout and Hoshi for coming on, and thanks to Black Rudy for livening up the chat. Of course. You dare use wellness spells against me, Potter. I do, yes. Yeah, apparently it worked. Apparently it was effective. You're the half-blood prince, aren't you? Oh no. But yeah, check out Loud, check out Black Rudy's content. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not sure when my next stream will be, but I will signpost when it comes. Not like that. Stop. Don't think that. Stop it. And as far as projects in the works, I have a Dark of the Moon essay video in the works. Stay tuned for further updates on that, how that goes. But before that, I have a video coming up in in the next month or so. So stay tuned. And yeah, follow me on here on YouTube. Follow me on Twitter, CMonster, KCI, so on, so on. And yeah, if up from the depths is like listening to this, got this far. Yeah, I mean, message me on Twitter, I guess, if you want to like have like a discussion or debate, I suppose. You're interested, we can just sort of talk it out, perhaps. But yeah, you're welcome to come on and discuss if you want, or not. It's fine. But yeah, until then, Monarch Alarm is bad. And unfortunately, this video didn't really do much to sort of dissuade that perspective. Anyways, goodbye, folks. Take care.